I don't know why my mic did that. Okay, I'll start again. Welcome to the 196th iteration of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. I am Dr. Evil Genius, the immunocompromised, riding solo until Mrs. Evil returns. Yeah. So, huge shout out to the newest addition to the membership brigade, David Banner. David Banner is a good guy, works hard for his money, and has decided to become a member. So we have always valued David Banner. But we really appreciate this this expression of value. So we really do thank you very much. I know that when Mrs. Evil gets here, she is going to bestow a lot of positive superlatives upon you when she arrives. Okay. So, what do we have here? We have what we hope to be not the fourth straight crappy card. Now, these are probably not the names that we want to see, and this is why Dan Jensen doesn't have any picks. Why should he? The names on this. Let's put it this way: our co-main event are two women we don't care about. So this is more of like if you guys have watched anything like Bleach or Dragon Ball Z, the filler episodes. Now, sometimes you can be really pissed off about where the main storyline is going, but then get a really good filler episode. And that is what we're hoping for today, because this lineup of fights are pretty forgettable. Our featured prelim involves a guy that loves guys who diddy other people. So, there's that. We have Sinister in the building. Welcome. Joy Walking, producer extraordinaire, editor extraordinaire. Peeking in. All right, so special shout out to all of those people out there who have not gotten the memo that numbered UFC events are no longer pay-per-view. We had more than 4,000 people, or 4,000 clicks, we'll put it that way. We had a lot of people peeking in to see if we were going to throw our YouTube channel in the garbage to show fights for free that they can just get by downloading Paramount Plus. I don't understand why. I just don't understand why people insist on they insist on asking us to stream content that does not cost $80 anymore in an effort to get us to voluntarily throw our YouTube channel in the trash. I just don't get it. Guys, we have a bird type Pokemon in the cage with Pierre Rodriguez. And this fight costs the same as a numbered event. You can watch it. I mean, hello. You know, like, and shout out to Dan. He normally drops $9 per stream on us. You know? Our newest member, our newest old-time member, or as they used to say in sports radio, long-time listener, first-time caller. Yeah. It just has not been a good product. It has not been a good product. But even so, like, you can get Paramount Plus. They have a lot of good movies. Like, I have to say, like, I was really happy to be able to get access to some movies that were, like, no longer on Netflix or Peacock or whatever. They have some good ass movies on Paramount Plus. There's a lot of different reasons that you can choose to watch Paramount Plus. You don't have to tune in here for a mini click and to find out that we are not actually going to violate copyright law. Come by, hang out with us. Give your opinions, give your picks. Become part of the community. And it's okay. But shout out to those 4,000 plus clicks that were looking for a free stream to a free stream. I mean, it's close to free as you can get, really. So that was a little strange. Shout out to Mrs. Evil for pointing that out to me earlier in the week. All right. Again, shout out to our guy David Banner for coming through and joining the membership clan, but not clan with a K. Okay? All right. So it looks like Sam Hughes, the bird type Pokemon, the HP bar is kind of getting close to red. I did see a pundit give their personal card as 20 to 18 Rodriguez, depending on whether she is from Mexico or the South American version of Portugal, which would be Brazil. So, a lot of interesting things going on in MMA. If you guys want to talk about some of those here. Oh, wow. You still doing pay-per-views in Denmark? No. No. Oh, oh my God. We have the stream sponsoring. And I this is sad. Um I think that we have talked about this when about maybe 7, 8 months ago. We had a pretty bad rash of high level respected fighters resorting to lay and pray to win or retain championships. Mrs. Evil and I were really, we said it right on camera and we said it off camera. If the UFC doesn't do something to improve the product, this could be the end of the filthy casual MMA watch party in this current iteration, or at all. And did they take a couple of good steps towards improving the product by lowering the barrier to entry for somebody who might want to at least see what mixed martial arts is all about? Yes. Did they change the bonus structure to be not just more fighter friendly, but more action friendly? Yes, they did. And right when it was just the high of it being announced. But since then, it really doesn't seem like the fighters have gone back to lay and pray. Even fighters that have never done lay and pray before. I don't know about you, David, but Charles Oliveira, his performance last week, I would not be surprised if his performance last week was the straw that broke the camel's back for many MMA fans. We've seen Charlie Olives. We've seen him throw hands. We've seen him hunt for submissions. And while he did early on try to get some submissions and did put Max Holloway in some bad spots, I think that Oliveira put himself on the lay and pray list. With the naked eye, his performance looked like a dominant grappling performance. But if you peel back the onion a few layers, you will see that really what we saw was his version of being a coward. Um, let's see. David also goes on to say, "I hate the business practices, the not promoting the fighters at all. No, they would rather promote the president of the United States, because apparently this is the ultimate president championship, the UPC. Because anytime they get a chance to talk about Donald Trump, oh my God! But how about talking about the fighters?" shitting on champions because the kid didn't want to fight, aka had to have multiple eye surgeries. Looking at you, Tom Aspinall, and we stand, at least on this platform, we stand behind Tom Aspinall and the favoring of the brass of guys like Gon and O'Malley. The lack of excitement. The press conferences gotten worse. I'm going to go back. I want to talk about the press conference thing. We had a young heavyweight fighter win his UFC debut some weeks ago, before he went to Paramount. And Dana White was asked about the post-fight press conference. And he had the nerve to say that he didn't like it, he wasn't a fan. Now, we had AJ Cunningham, who is an avowed, proud, malignant white supremacist. Just released from the UFC because he didn't win. But never had a problem with any things he had to say. Colby Covington never had a problem with anything he had to say. Some of the more inflammatory thing that Strickland has said in the past, but then, as David says here, you know, all of this about free speech. But didn't like what Strickland had to say because of Paramount and cut his mic. What's that about? The kid that cut the promo, that was kind of corny, but it was entertaining because he tried. Dana White has a problem with that? When that shitty grappling lightweight guy that got kicked out of the UFC twice. When he had that they had that whole thing at the press conference and had Michael Chiesa talking about, stop talking about my mom! Stop talking about my mom! And you had John Jones talking inappropriately about Daniel Cormier's wife, and Conor McGregor talking about Khabib's family and his religion and all of that. All of that was cool. But you don't like a young man trying to cut a funny promo. All of a sudden, you're cutting off Strickland's mic. Mr. Free Speech. What is that about? UFC, Midmo. What's up, Jeremy? UFC cut a fighter named AJ Cunningham who, when I looked into him, it showed that he was an unabashed white supremacist who he wasn't kicked out of the UFC for being a white supremacist. He was kicked out of UFC because he didn't get wins. But then, you know, Arman Sarukian can't get a title fight because, you know, Dana White, he's in Dana White's doghouse. Like Dana White is his wife, making him sleep on the couch because he said that, you know, Dana White looked fat in that dress. You know? Matt Riddle gets kicked out of the UFC because he smoked marijuana. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? So, um, it's it's really annoying. I'm just gonna. I'm just. It's really annoying. That's my that's my opinion. So yeah, you know the uh I really a lot of I think even people attached to UFC have admitted that we don't really have any stars. And how can we have stars? You gave like 4 or 5 straight title fights to a Colby Covington who couldn't punch a hole through a sheet of loose leaf paper. But the only reason why he gets title fights is because he said the right kind of offensive things about the right kind of people and in favor of the right kind of people. But Arman Sarukian, he can't get a title fight after winning how many fucking fights in a row? So it's annoying. It's annoying. Yep. But for me, this is something that doesn't really need to be said. But my point being is that when you had guys talking about wanting to go fishing with Hitler, they didn't get kicked out of the UFC for that. Even the guy AJ Cunningham, he didn't get kicked out of the UFC for this kind of stuff. You know, like how are the fans? Um, but with the UFC, they're inconsistent in how they apply, who they're favorites to, who they're favoriting. The rankings apparently don't mean anything. I think that Arman Sarukian could possibly get to number one pound for pound before he even gets a title shot. So, there are a lot of us who have a real love for the fighters that compose the UFC. We're here for those guys. But I do have to disagree, Jay, because he's not putting good fights together, and people don't feel like they need to watch. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. It's really been a while. I mean, the debut of Khamzat Chimaev, I think, was like really the last time that I routinely got that jittery feeling of like really want to see fights. Like in the past, In the past, this was true. In the past year and a half or so, it's been pretty bad. We had a guy get a BMF. BMF. He takes the BMF fight. He says that he is going to fight. And then as soon as his opponent starts fighting, he grabs him and then lays on him for more than 20 minutes. Wow. That is some bad that is the baddest motherfucker type shit. Wrap your arms around your opponent and wait for the time to run out so you can do it all over again. Yeah, but Jay, if you would have said what you said 3 years ago, we would be awarding you comment to the stream. All the shit that you talking in the past, dated. You know what? I don't hate this idea. I don't hate this idea. I think that grapplers of all kinds should be disqualified. You can even take away the name BMF and you can call it like, you know, the kickboxing champion or whatever. We can't have lay and pray niggas. I'm going to agree with David here, maybe 65%. It's not so much that we don't care about these fights. Is that we don't care like we used to. Am I interested in how Chimaev is going to break Strickland's phalanx defense? Yes. Yeah, I don't think that your take is wrong, Jay. I think that David Banner has it right. Your take is outdated. It's not it was applicable several years ago, but it is just not true now. Yeah, there's got to be like a striker's title. There's got to be a striker's title or something like that. But we don't really care. I mean, look at how people reacted to the White House card announcement. It's supposed to be one of the most important fight cards in the history. Dana White promised the craziest fight card. And we've got fighters on the card who are not happy with the fighters that they're fighting on the card. Freedom 250 is supposed to be even more of a banger card than UFC 300 was. And, you know, I'm here. Oh, by the way, guys, I don't know. This is what I'm snacking on. This is my new addiction. I'm trying to stay engaged with you guys because I'm not really feeling that well today. We don't really care the way we used to care. When you see guys, and you know, there was a time. There was a time where if we saw a lackluster big name fight, we knew that some no names wanted to make a name for themselves. Full credit goes to fighters like Conor McGregor, Josh Emmett. There were fighters in the past who, when they were not known, they were intent. Ilia Topuria, we'll give him that credit too. Unknown fighters who wanted you to know their name. And occasionally we would get fighters who had become well known and then started fighting more like business people and less like fighters. And unfortunately, I think we've gotten to the place in UFC MMA where even the no-name fighters are fighting like they have some sort of business interest to protect and not somebody to go out there and punish. And I think that the hardcore fan is just not in love anymore. JL has a wall of text for us. So let's follow him down the rabbit hole. We love Jay. These lame prey guys are exactly what make people change the channel because nobody is paying to watch a grown man stall for 15 minutes or 25 minutes in the case of Charlie Olives. Glue himself to someone's hips and act like surviving on top control is some kind of masterclass in entertainment. That's bars right there. There is a difference between high-level grappling and weaponized boredom, and a lot of these guys hide behind fight IQ when they really don't have the guts, urgency, or skill. That sounds like Charles Oliveira. That's what this sounds like. Because everybody praised how dominant he was. Did anybody look at Max Holloway's face at the end of the first and second round? Holloway was bored. I think Holloway had it in his head. He's not going to submit me. So hopefully he'll want to fight me. Because he's not going to submit me. And the new BMF hugged him from behind like the booty warrior. If your whole game is pinning a guy down and landing 6 meaningless shots and then celebrating like you put on a clinic, you are not a savage. You are human NyQuil. The UFC is supposed to be about action, danger, risks, and moments people actually remember. These guys kill momentum, kill cards, and then wonder why nobody cares about them, even when they win. We are looking at you, Charles Oliveira. And the thing is, I've been an Oliveira fan. My mentor trained with him. So we're not just picking on Charlie Olives. But if somebody with the skill and the prestige of Charles Oliveira is going to pull a blonde Brunson? Why should we watch any of these guys fight? And that's the funny part. They want title shots, main events, and respect, but they fight like they are trying to protect a spreadsheet. Blanket merchants who treat octagon control time like it is art. You can call it effective all you want, but if your biggest talent is making a fight feel longer than it is, then yeah, people are going to say you need to go, because fighting is supposed to be about imposing your will, not draining the light out of the room. If I wanted to watch pointless stalling dressed up as high IQ, I'd watch traffic, not a fight. Nobody's complaining about grappling. There's a huge difference between dangerous active grappling and 20 minutes of backpacking like your life depends on hearing the final horn. Telling people to watch boxing is such a lazy comeback too, because MMA is supposed to be mixed martial arts, not one guy clinging to control time like it's a moral hill to die on. Pretending fans have to praise both just makes you sound desperate to defend sleep-inducing fights. Calling that a BMF title performance is hilarious. Charles won every round and had Max stuck for 20 minutes and 49 seconds of control time with takedowns in all 5 rounds. Let's not pretend people tuned in to watch for a fight branded around violence and chaos when it mostly felt like Oliveira turned the belt into the hugging belt. If your big statement win is making a Max Holloway fight feel slow, that is not some untouchable masterpiece. That is just high-level control wrapped in a lot of people forcing themselves to call it fun. Bars from JL. Straight up bars. I couldn't say it any better. I couldn't have said it any better. I could not have said it any better. And as much as I dislike Dana White for his inconsistencies and his extreme political bias, both inside the octagon and outside, Dana White did the right thing by changing the bonus structure. But if you have a bunch of cowards masquerading as businessmen, I was impressed by Charles Oliveira's ability to make me not want to watch UFC anymore. That was impressive. And here's another thing. If Charles would have come into this fight and said, you know what, guys, I know when my bread is buttered, Max Holloway better get ready. He better have, and it wasn't a BMF title fight. It was just a number 1 contenders fight to see who would fight the winner between Gaethje and Ilia Topuria. We know it's going to be Ilia Topuria. If he said, you know what, he better have practice his grappling because, you know, we're gonna go to the mat. That would have been one thing. But what did Charles Oliveira promise? He said that he was going to fight. He said that he was going to fight Max Holloway. And as soon as he saw how fast Max Holloway's hands were, what did he do? He did the same thing Dana White does anytime he sees Donald Trump. And here's and again, you know, some minor credit goes to Charles Oliveira because he went for the submission very early on. But obviously, we don't watch BMF fights for submissions. But had he actually gotten the submission in the first 2 rounds, I'd have been like, you know what? He smoked him. But you could not submit a striker for 25 minutes. You had 21 minutes of control time and could not submit a striker. And you could tell halfway through the fight, Charles gave up on trying to finish the fight. I am going to lay here and wait for the final horn and then pretend like I'm God's gift to MMA. I'm going to say that he didn't win the BMF belt. I'm going to say that Charles Oliveira won a number 1 contenders match for the lightweight title. But BMF, he did not win BMF. As a matter of fact, people thought that he was a badder motherfucker before the fight than after the fight. And he's the one that got his hand raised. So no. 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 Nope. He didn't even try to throw hands with Max Holloway. And he promised to throw hands. We got slop. Slop is going to be the word. If it wasn't one of the words of 2025, it's going to be the word of 2026. Slop. Yeah. Don't even buy. Don't buy into any of this, Jay. Don't buy into any of this. We already know that that's all BS. We all know that that's BS. Don't. Nobody cares. No. Don't buy into it. We all love Chevelle, David. We all love Chevelle. These ladies are not bad looking. Not the hottest in UFC, but not bad. Let's see if Montes Rendon loves fighting more than the other Rendon loved baseball. You said we got some UFC 8s in the cage. I'll probably say 6s. I'd say UFC 6s. Above average. Rosa saying that he could beat Sanhagen. I'm gonna say no on that. There's 2 immigrants in the cage. There's 2 immigrants in the cage. The announcer does have a more interesting suit than the normal. So we're gonna give you a reprieve today. I recently got into baseball after the World Series, and man, am I hooked! I'm hyped for the Yankees to get. Yeah, we could definitely talk baseball. I have a couple of friends that I'm trying to get to watch baseball just simply because the way that their brain works and the other types of entertainment that they enjoy, coupled with the type of intelligence they have, that they're just, Now, of course, if you're a Toronto guy and you just saw them in the World Series, then yeah, you're definitely gonna have some more interest. But we can definitely talk some baseball, Jay. We could definitely talk some baseball. Mesquita is in full mount. That's some King Kong fucking ground and pound. She's pretty violent. Look at her. She's like, that cleavage is kind of nice. I don't know if Dan would like that. I don't think that Dan likes I've had baby boobs. But oh man, for me it's got to be man. Why? Why would you do this to me, JL? Okay. Number 1. No, this is just among the people that's on the list, David. Stay on topic. He said, who is more attractive between these 3 women? So just choose between these 3 women. Okay? I'm going to put Natalia Silva number 1. I'm going to put Tabitha Ricci number 2. And Mackenzie Dern. And the comment of the stream right here. Oh my God. Oh my God. You have now turned this into the chauvinist, misogynist podcast. Holy crap. Good job. Good job, man. That is the comment to the stream. Before I can even put their names up on here, we have a submission. And Beatrice gets the rear naked choke submission. Montserrat was like, I want to breathe. Yeah, so somebody's got at least $25,000. Yep. Address that strap. Um, so it looks like, and if we're gonna get finishes, we're gonna have to watch women fight if we're gonna get finishes. Yeah, I gotta give the announcer definitely put it together this time. Usually he's kind of corny, but the cream colored suit, the shoes matching the tie. I gotta give the announcer's fit a 9 out of 10. I gotta give the announcer a 9 out of 10 for his fit today because that today's fit fits the language. That yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Oh man. So I like Mesquita, but I don't think that she can beat Kayla Harrison. I believe that Kayla Harrison is the most dominant female fighter in history this side of Cyborg. Now, the question that was posed to me, I need I need to make this very clear. This is the comparison between these three fighters. Now, when you're talking about man face, is really that she has been in a lot of fights and it has degraded the quality of her skin. But I got Natalia Silva at the very top of this list, then Tabitha Ricci, and then Mackenzie Dern. But being third on this list is no slight. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just getting on Mrs. Evil's nerves right now. So I sent a text message to Mrs. Evil. I said, "You have to get here now." Because, I have to be, all the women say that I'm what do they say, an incel misogynist, right? So I had to tell my wife to get here now. She goes, "Almost done." And then my response to that was, "It's your boy, Eric Anders." And then she says, "Never mind, I'm going to shop a bit." Oh, man. In between fights, let's talk Martin Fitzwater. Let's talk Martin Fitzwater. For those who don't know who Martin Fitzwater is, he is an elite. Um, Jay, if you want me to take away your wrench, say something else about Nick Walker. I'm dead fucking serious. Say some more bullshit about Nick Walker, and you're about to get your ass banned. Okay, Martin Fitzwater. Martin Fitzwater is an elite level bodybuilder who has placed as high as, I believe, fourth in the Mr. Olympia. Um, Martin Fitzwater started to build a pretty bad reputation by physically attacking members of the bodybuilding press backstage. Backstage, he or at an expo, he's slapped a journalist's hand out of phone out of the hand. He has repeatedly made inflammatory comments about people who haven't said anything bad about him. He seemed to be pretty hell bent on being a heel, like a wrestling type of heel, except that he really meant it. So we just had the Arnold Classic, which is the second biggest bodybuilding event of the year behind the Olympia, which usually takes place in October. And this year was the first year where the winner got $750,000, which is just insane when you look at what the when you have a look at what the hold on a second, I gotta get rid of a spammer. 1 second, I gotta. Okay. Hold on a second. We haven't really paid attention to Twitch, but we are not going to allow spammers of any kind to get any kind of footprint. So yeah, we're not dealing with that. All right. Martin proceeds during the show to actually shove Nick Walker backstage. Now, there are plenty of people that I don't like. I don't like the guy who is announcing the fights at this particular event. But will I put my hands on him in any context? No. He didn't put his hands on me. I have no reason to put my hands on him, regardless of whether I like him or not, or like what he has to say, or if there's some sort of rivalry. But Martin Fitzwater had the nerve to put his hands on Nick for really no reason. And that was really the main problem with what, a lot of people made a lot of him celebrating Nick not winning the event. I don't have a problem, if you're really happy that somebody didn't win and you want to celebrate it on stage, cool, I guess. I mean, did he look corny? Yeah, but I'm not going to jump on him for that. It wasn't like really good sportsmanship, but eh, but Fitzwater just kept doubling and tripling down on really just being a dick. And he lost all of his sponsors. And I don't have a problem with it because the sponsor is looking for you to help that company get more visible. We want the company to become more visible and more likable and more likable with a potential clothing and supplement customers. If they look at Martin Fitzwater as a guy that harms their public brand, and their contract has some sort of clause in it that they can break the contract if you mess with their public brand, then they have every right to cut ties with you as a bodybuilder. The thing that I didn't like is how so many people tried to come to the defense of Martin Fitzwater as if he was the victim of some unearned circumstance befalling him, when it was really his own behavior that led to the revolt from the fans. He was already in the doghouse with the fans to begin with. And so he's been doing and saying steadily more douchey things. And now you're at a point where the supplement companies don't want to be associated with you, not necessarily because of just what he did at the Arnold Classic, but there's been like a steady downturn where people are starting to see his personality and they don't like him. He's not a likable person. If I had to buy whey protein and there was let's pick a likable guy, Chris Bumstead, and then I saw Fitzwater, and the only difference was Fitzwater was on one and Bumstead was on the other, I'm going to go and choose the Chris Bumstead. Now, it just so happens that Raw Nutrition sponsors both of them. But it's just kind of like that. It's up to you to make sure that you are a likable person, not just a good athlete, if you want sponsorship opportunities. Barry Bonds did not get sponsorship opportunities because he was a fucking asshole, not because of the steroids. because Sammy Sosa and Mark McGuire, they got sponsorship opportunities because they weren't assholes when they were cheating. Albert Bell did not get sponsorship opportunities because he was an asshole. In the NBA, Chris Paul didn't get a lot of opportunities because he was an asshole or perceived to be one. And if people think that being associated with you is too risky for their brand, bye-bye. So, I think that Martin Fitzwater has a long way to go. And I don't think that he has to come out and just try to be the super likable guy. I think that if he is just respectful to his opponents, keeps his hands to himself, and doesn't antagonize the people who are responsible for promoting. Remember, the Olympia, the IFBB, the NPC, they don't really promote they don't really promote the bodybuilders. The bodybuilders have to go out there and promote themselves. They use the title of IFBB Pro or, New York Pro Champion, Mr. Olympia, Arnold Classic Champion. They use the titles to boost their legitimacy in the bodybuilding space, be it as personal trainers, strength and conditioning coaches, or guys that hawk supplements and clothing brands like Young LA. But the people that really get these guys on the map, Martin Fitzwater is attacking them all and blocking them all on social media. If not for the IWC, the pro bodybuilding version of the IWC, the online bodybuilding fandom community, the guys that cover the sport, I don't think that we would have a $600,000 top prize for Mr. Olympia. We would not have a $750,000 top prize. In fact, the second prize at the Arnold used to be more than the top prize was for the Olympia just a few years ago. And without the online community growing and showing more interest in bodybuilding, we would not have bodybuilding as we have it today. So I think that, fine, Martin Fitzwater, he's not a criminal that we know of. He hasn't actually harmed a woman or a child that we know of or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that for-profit companies are beholden to wanting to be affiliated with you in your public image. Right now, Martin Fitzwater is radioactive. Whether you like it or not, he's radioactive. And this is what it is. Tavares is giving Anders the business here. Yeah, so I thought that it wasn't just childishness that we saw. Oh, you gave up a try. Come on, Anders. I think Eric Anders is the only fighter that I root for because Mrs. Evil is so disgusted by him. And it's not so much that she's disgusted by him, she really hates his nickname. The way that we hate that weird-ass patch on the back of Charles Johnson's head, she really hates his nickname. Anders also got his... Why are you trying to give up a triangle, Anders? Come on, man. Oh, nice move by Anders to get to a dominant position. He's going on gorilla mode, GMP. Oh, shit. The way he flipped that and reversed it like Missy Elliott. I didn't know he had that kind of skill. But anyway, that's my thoughts on Martin Fitzwater. I was not a fan of his before the incident, and it definitely didn't make me think any better of him afterwards. JL, in the era of canceling people, there is a such thing as bad publicity now. That's what I'll say. Talking a little WWE since you brought it up. Sorry, Dan. I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm just going to address this really quickly. I am in complete agreement with the opinion of many commentators and YouTubers in the IWC space. The WWE is as rudderless as it has ever been. It's completely directionless. There is no captain at the wheel. They did some weird shit to get the belt off of Drew McIntyre. I watched a couple of clips on YouTube yesterday, and that didn't make any damn sense. And then it really feels like WWE has gotten to UFC levels of laziness, where for the second year in a row, a babyface turns heel in the exact same way 2 years in a row. We saw it with the whole sell your soul to the final boss thing from last year. That was a complete fucking letdown. It was really exciting at the moment, but a complete letdown toward the end of that. They turn Randy Orton heel in the same exact way that Cena turns heel, and the crowd is cheering the heel turn. In fact, they are chanting Randy Orton's name while Randy Orton is going on one of the most uninspired ass-whooping campaigns we've ever seen. And, you know, they bladed Cody Rhodes' forehead. You know, they did the spot with the ring steps propped up against the desk, and you know, the fake chair shot to the head. Cody's no sold at all, and Randy didn't sell it either. He didn't sell the performance, and Cody didn't sell it for Randy. So they had no build-up. They have this contract signing, and they go from being super respectful to, okay, now I'm just gonna rip your shirt off. And it was so uninspired. There is a reason why WrestleMania is still not sold out. It's WWE is not a good product right now. It's just not. So those are my opinions on those two non-MMA subjects. Um, I definitely have to say that I have a lot of respect for the toughness of Eric Anders. Um, I still don't think that he is that talented of a fighter. I think that his, um, I think that he has become a more fundamentally sound fighter. And I root for him because he talked about how he basically wanted to act like a grown up and really train and do what he had to do to take care of his kids instead of, getting high. I respect that so much. And he came out and got beat right after that whole revelation. And I thought that he was going to retire. But I'm glad he didn't retire. I'm glad he's still here. Hope that he has a couple more fights left in him. Um, Brad Tavares is no fucking slouch, and I think he's actually doing pretty decent. He should have threw that knee. He should have threw that knee. Wow, he's got a lot of control time here. Now, I've always looked at Brad Tavares as a pretty good fighter. I would not expect that Anders would last 15 minutes with Brad Tavares. Yeah, I would not. I would not. If you'd have told me that this was going to go to decision and Eric Anders would finish the fight on top, I probably would bet against that if I were a betting man. But shout outs to Eric Anders. He looked pretty decent. I mean, he's never going to be a title contender. But very impressed. If if Dan Jensen is giving Eric Anders a 29-28, I'm going to agree with him. All right, we'll see. We'll see who gets the nod here. I don't know about that 30-27, but definitely 29-28 in my opinion. But it looks like he's going to place the gloves, guys. So that is the end of your boy. You got no more boys, man. Your boy Eric Anders is out. And you know, it's sad because this is probably one of the better um probably one of the better yeah, I got distracted, man. I'm sorry. I can't even hear nothing she's saying, but yeah, that was distracting. Um I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, you know, Eric Anders actually started to look better now, and now he retires. You know, he's not a UFC Hall of Famer by any stretch, but we give a lot of credit. We give a lot of credit to Eric Anders for figuring it out better late than never. And he leaves with his not just his show money, but he also leaves with his win money too. So I thought that was a very gutsy performance. I thought that he kept focused in the fight. I have no problem with his performance. Like I thought it was a very solid performance, probably one of the better performances, even better than in some of his other wins, just from you know a technical fighter standpoint. I thought he was technically more solid. Um, I thought that his the fundamentals were there. He didn't look like an ogre or an orc, just blindly, you know, yelling and running forward. He looked like a fighter in there today. He looked, you know, he looked like a fighting athlete. So shout out to Eric Anders. I thought that was a very, very good performance against a very difficult to beat fighter in Brad Tavares. The ladies of the UFC are just so classy. They're just so classy. I mean, Heidi looks just adorable. I'm not going to say, in honor of David Banner, I'm not going to say what's on my second screen. He became a member today, so I'm going to stay off his bad side. If there's anybody who would file a chargeback on a super chat, it would be David Banner. So I need to stay on his good side. How much you want to bet that he was typing it as the words were coming out of my mouth? That's incredible. That's incredible. Oh man. I swear, me and David, if David lived in my neighborhood, we would probably be best friends. Oh my god. All right, Jay. Let's see. Um, Jay is the one that gives us the most comprehensive predictions. So I cannot give the announcer a 10 out of 10 because the shirt doesn't fit. The shirt's color, that light blue belongs with another suit. I would like to see if if he redeemed it, because if the tie has any bit of that powder blue in it, why is he pointing to a tattoo on his back when he's got black ink on black skin? We can't read that shit. All right, so let's look to see where we're at. We've got 4 of them in here. You did not give a prediction for the first one because you were late. Or did you? Wait. All right. So your your predictions are all over the place, JL. I'm assuming you picked Sam Hughes and you put this. I got to give you credit because you put this prediction after she lost already. Because there are no other Sams on the lineup. So kudos to you, Jay, for leaving the losing prediction in there. You had Sosa winning. He did win. Um, you had Beatrice Mosquito winning, and she won. And I'm pretty sure you have. Oh, you had Anders winning. Wow, good pick. You had Anders. I would not have picked Anders to win that fight against Brad Tavares. You had the right pick, man. You had the right pick. Kudos. Oh, no. See, when I say comprehensive, I mean he gives a prediction for every fight on the card, not just the main card. That's what I meant. He looks like he has a suit under the suit. Now, Jay said that Oki was going to get smoked, and it looked like that for a second. Sosa looks like he's going for a Kimura trap more than a finish here. He's trying to get Oki to change position, but he's getting his ribs beat up. Yeah, he had to let go of that arm. He had to let go of that arm because he was getting tenderized. I don't think I've ever seen somebody get punched in the side so hard that they let the Kimura trap go. Oh, let me add this question. I thought you were saying Aspinall. Dan Jensen, we're going to call you to the front of the congregation. We need to know your opinion of the sudden amount of disrespect the UFC is giving John Jones all of a sudden. I got to know where you stand on that. Oh, nicely timed knee on the way up from Oki. Giving him the okie dokie. I'm going to give my opinion before we get Dan's opinion on the screen. because he's going to give his opinion eventually. I think that this is probably one of the more slimy things that I've seen from Dana White in a little while. I'm pretty sure he's done slimier things, but um, the way that he has characterized John Jones not being a part of the consideration when they were in active, when the UFC was in active negotiations with him. I think that, I mean, why would you tell that lie when that lie is very easy it's too easy for us to find out that you're lying. And, you know, he's talking about the arthritic hip and all of that. Do you think that arthritis in the hip just pops up out of the blue? You know, he had arthritis in his hip probably started getting that when he was taking steroids, and it messed up the you know, some of the structures you know, supporting the hips, the hip joint, the ball and socket. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was suffering for years. Now, even when, you know, they had the picogram pulsing thing and all of that stuff, you know, you can say that John has been off the steroids for several years now, and whether you like it or not, he still had a very impressive showing against one of the most respected heavyweights on the planet in Cyril Gane. I mean, he didn't even give Cyril Gane the opportunity to poke him in the eye or punch him in the back of the head, and that's impressive in and of itself. Now, where I will give some criticism to John Jones is that he put himself in this position by refusing to fight Tom Aspinall. He put himself in this position because if he were still the heavyweight champion, Dana White couldn't say shit. He couldn't say shit to him. And as much as I don't like John Jones, if I had to choose if I had to predict a winner between Tom Aspinall and John Jones, I'm picking John Jones. Begrudgingly, but I'm picking John Jones to win that fight. And I think that most of us would predict that John Jones would beat Tom Aspinall, even as good as Tom Aspinall is. But John Jones refused to fight him. And now John Jones is on the outside looking in when he could have been still in the driver's seat had he fought the Aspinall fight. And it would be him fighting Alex Pereira and not Cyril Gane. Now, Cyril Gane and Alex Pereira is not a bad matchup. But that is not the matchup that we want to see on Freedom 250. For me, the matchup that I want to see first is Tom Aspinall and John Jones. The second matchup that I would want to see would be John Jones and Alex Pereira. I didn't have Cyril Gane and Alex Pereira on my bingo card. And like I said, it's not a bad fight, but that's not really what the people want to see. And for Dana White to say that, he was never under consideration when everybody else in the UFC are actively negotiating with John Jones. I mean, these stupid ass lies, unnecessary lies, just make you look slimy. Like, these lies are very easy to dispel. So in this rift between Dana White and John Jones, I have to defend John Jones. Up until the point where John Jones put it in Dana White's hands for him to get screwed. he gave Dana White the opportunity to screw him. And I think that Dana White is salty that um I think that Dana is salty that that John gave up the belt instead of fighting, and now Dana White is trying to make him pay for it. But had the matchmakers gotten an agreement with John Jones, then what would Dana White have said? So I just think it was really slimy. I just don't think that that was the way. That was just not the way. That was not the way. And that's just my opinion. Oh no. That's what happened to Matthews. Matthews is out for the season because of Ratko Gudis. That's messed up. Let's see. Let's see what David Banner has to say. They look past the cocaine, they look past hitting a pregnant woman, they look past the steroids, they look past the cheating, they look past the domestic abuse. John said no one too many times. And it has finally come to terms for him. One monkey doesn't stop the show. That was very racist. And the Paramount and Saudi money expedited the process. That was still pretty racist what you said, though. It looks like we have a Victor Henry type of situation. The UFC as a business model is past paying big money to guys or even promoting champions. John played with fire 100 times and finally got burnt. John Jones is a terrible human being. I'm glad the UFC machine is finally done milking his accolades and past performances just to hold a division hostage. That's somewhat fair because John Jones announced that he was retiring, he was done. But when he heard about the White House lawn, all of a sudden he's campaigning to fight. We've never really seen John Jones campaign to fight. Except when he wanted to fight old retired guys. When he wanted to fight old retired guys, that's when he was campaigning to fight. But my opinion still stands overall. I think that if they would have come to terms with his management team, then there would be a very different there'd be a very different narrative being spun by Dana White. Dan gives the driest answer of all time. I think it's okay that John is retired. But John is probably still in the testing pool, and his team was in active negotiations to fight on the White House card. So I don't even know like what you mean by this. I really think that John Jones wanted to fight at the White House, and I think that he was prepared to fight at the White House. Dana telling DC John only has a little bit of steroids in the system, and then moving the entire fight card the week of with Slimy. Yeah, that was pretty nasty business. That was pretty nasty business. I mean, hey, Dan, Banner's got a point. I don't think that Armin Sarukian would get this opportunity under the same circumstances. Armin Sarukian hasn't committed a crime against anybody, and he can't get a title shot. Please allow me to fight for the title. So I'd have to agree with Banner on that one, Dan. I'm going to need a stronger argument from you, brother. I'm going to for right now, I'm going to have to disagree with you, JL. And here's why. The way that we are seeing Salsa and Oki go at it is a little bit more of the throwback for unknown fighters. You go out there and you try to entertain the fans, and you go out there and you go bonus hunting. You go to try to finish your opponent the best way that you can, and if you get a highlight reel knockout, people are going to remember you. You can't say that somebody's too reckless in one breath and then say that everybody else is acting like businessmen too much on the other end. This is a brawl, and this is why we watch the UFC. So I have to disagree with you, Jay. He's hunting for a finish the way that we've been begging fighters to hunt for a finish. And he may get it here. Oki is tough, though. I like the way Oki fights, even though he is getting pieced up right now. But I like his moxie. He's getting beat up, and he's still moving forward, throwing hands. So, hey, I just wanted you to have a more coherent argument, sir. I don't think John Jones is retired. Ugh. And he got the knockout. Salsa got the knockout. That may end up being fight of the night. Especially if we got like a whole bunch of guys um, um, who are going to be afraid to fight. Yeah, minimum. But don't be surprised if you see that this ends up being fight of the night. They really, really were throwing it. Okay. All right. Don't be surprised if that ends up being if that ends up going to uh um I don't I don't think that this is I don't think I don't think I don't think Gauthier is going to even be a champion. Um, the dude is way too muscle bound. He needs more oxygen than his nostrils can deliver to his lungs. And we've already seen him gas out pretty early. Now, if he was able to maintain the same amount of power and work on his conditioning, if it is possible for him to improve his conditioning, because his conditioning as it is might just be the best it's ever going to be. But with his conditioning being what it is, and I don't mean that I don't believe that he isn't like working hard to be a better fighter. I don't believe that at all. I believe that the issue is that he just has too much muscle on his frame. And there's a thermodynamics limitation to how deep he can go in the fights. And when you're talking about him being a championship fighter, we're talking about stiffer competition, pause. And we're also talking about him having to main event cards before he gets a title shot, which means that he's going to have to learn how to fight for 25 minutes, not 15. Now, if Gauthier could, book a 3-round championship fight and win it in the first round, then it's possible. But he's going to have to fight 5 rounds, and he's going to have to do so before he gets a title shot. And I just don't think that his lungs can deliver the oxygen that is necessary. I don't see it. But if there is some way where we can see that battery not run out after the first round, the hype train can start to chug a little bit. But I just think that he has a physical limitation that is just not that easy to get past, especially when he probably has to cut a lot of weight just to make weight. But, maybe you'll be able to point back to, when we had this little mini debate after he's holding up the belt and be like, see, I told you. And I'll be like, damn, Banner, you were right. Pause. You can always tell me I told you so, but you ain't rubbing nothing in my face. Pause. I mean, it's rare now because of the modern UFC, but don't fall in love with all of that. Um, One of the things that you might be discounting is the fact that you're actually right about this. When he goes to fight fighters who are not interested in fighting, he may end up getting laid on
and get point fighted to death while somebody lays on him for 15 minutes, loses 2 fights in a row, and he never gets a title shot. Because while he's out here trying to finish fights, everybody else is trying to navigate their second coming of a John Jones or a Conor McGregor type career, when they don't understand that John Jones went out there and took chances before he was champion. Conor McGregor didn't just take chances, but he called his shot to the point where he started being called Mystic Mac. He went out there and took chances. He disrespected Jose Aldo when he was the best fighter on the planet. That's how he ended up getting $100 million fighting Floyd Mayweather. He didn't get that because he got into the UFC and he made sure that he won 29-28. Or he made sure that, he held this one guy's wrist he just held that one guy's wrist for 15 minutes and then got the W and won 17 fights in a row with one finish and 16 split decisions. That's how these guys are fighting today. And for somebody like, Losa or Gauthier, guys that are out there trying to harm people. I mean, look at Max Holloway. Max Holloway, at the beginning of all 5 rounds, went out there and started boxing like a villain. And what did Charles Oliveira want to do? Charles Oliveira did not want to fight. He wanted to lay down. And if that can happen to somebody with the skill set of a Max Holloway, then it damn sure can happen to Gauthier. And you're right, Conor will never be duplicated, but everybody's still going to try to duplicate him. Everybody wants to finely tune. Wow, he has a 65-inch reach. His arms are short as hell. It's just what it is. We can say Dana, Chuck Liddell, or John Jones, or Rampage, GSP were all big guys. But in reality, if Conor never had the boom he did, the UFC would probably still be looked at like bare knuckle or Muay Thai. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree at all. I don't agree with this either. I think that he definitely helped. But what I think really made the UFC a global sport was them fighting to be the only sports league active during the Rona. I think the UFC got help during that era, but Conor McGregor has not been relevant for a long time. Conor McGregor has not won a fight since Obama was president of the United States of America. And we've had 3 elections since then. So yeah. I think, Hamzat Chimaev gave people something to dream for as far as the next monster champion. It just didn't, for health reasons, it didn't come to fruition. Oh, look at that knee. Yikes. Um, I don't think this is true either. I thought that PFL made a really good attempt. I really do think they made a really honest to God attempt. They signed, Francis, and they signed, they took all the champions from Bellator and the whole bit. Um, Smith is in a little bit of trouble here. How are you supposed to get a rear naked choke with arms that short? I do agree with Jay when it comes to Gauthier. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are great today. We got a small group today, but you guys have been great. Yeah, and again, this is, pretty much my opinion. I just think that we've seen a whole lot of these knockout artists. Some of them get knocked out. Some of them, have their issues or whatever. But some of these guys just get laid on. Sometimes they just get laid on. Oh man. You know what? I'm going to address this directly. I'm gonna address this directly. Um, and maybe have you thought, Jay, before you cut and paste more of your dissertation? Um, could it be? Follow me here. Follow me here, Jay. Follow me. Could it be that the hype surrounding Gauthier is really more of a plea from the UFC fan base that we want more guys who want to fight and less guys who want to hug? Maybe people are, maybe the hype is really just a plea for fighters to do more fighting rather than a love affair with Gauthier. Is that possible? Smith is looking a little smoother here to start the second round. We have a squabble between two Canadians. This is about as disrespectful as Canadians get. They're super polite in their squabble here. Oh! You got fucked up. Oh, he's underneath the chin. Yeah! That was dominant. That was nasty. You got fucked up. Wait a minute. At UFC 298, did Marlon Vera even fight in that fight? Jay, I agree with you. Jay, I agree with you. But I think that it's really not so much the fans being in love with Gauthier. I think that the real issue is that the fans, through the so-called hype, what they're really doing is appealing to the UFC that we want to see more fighters and less lay and pray. We want to see more guys that are going to go out there and try to get knockouts than guys who their priority is control time. Oh, Danner didn't even get the joke. That's crazy. That's unfortunate. You still, David, it went right over your head. I'm a little disappointed because we're supposed to be like this. We're supposed to be like this, man. And you let me down on this one, man. You let me down. Okay, let's get an update on Jay's. He said salsa. Well, he said Sosa, but I think he meant to say salsa. You were correct on that one. And Elijah Smith, you got that one too. So, what? You've only had what? One? Oh, wait, there is a Sosa. My fault. There is a Sosa. Oh, Manol, that's the other one. Okay, no, so you got that one right. Um, the only one that you got wrong is the one that you posted after she lost. Yeah, that that joke went way over your head. I mean, how many has he gotten right in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, the first card was the best card. The first card, I think we only got like 1 or 2 decisions, and it was all like explosive. Even the women were getting finishes. Now, this is the best card that we've had in more than a month. But the first Paramount card was the best, in my opinion. We got almost all finishes on that card. But it has been about a month since we've had, more than a couple good fights, and we're still on the prelims. So shout out to David Banner for supporting the platform, yo. I gotta give you a lot of credit, man. You've been around for a long time, and you've been supporting for years. And so it is really nice to have you as a member. And again, thank you for continuing to support the platform. Oh man. Oh man. And the thing is getting to the point where, for me, is getting to the point where I'm actually starting to miss good action that's happening because my attention span is starting to wane. Yeah, that's facts, man. That's facts. You know what? I like girls with freckles. Um, yeah. I mean, you are Canadian. Oh no! Oh, what? I didn't know what you were talking about, and then it just popped up on my screen. Ugh. I'm glad that he lost a lot of weight, but ugh. All right, Dan, who do you prefer? Mackenzie Dern or Steven Asplund? Who would you choose out of those two? Steven Asplund or Mackenzie Dern? Yeah, he definitely had skin surgery. You can tell he's got that scar. Uh, oh man, I'm saving that for Mrs. Evil. Oh So Asplund was over 500 pounds. This motherfucker could have been on my 600-pound life. Oh, man. I gotta give you guys some credit here. I mean, really? Okay, we'll see. We'll see if your prediction comes to pass, Mr. Banner. Oh, he wasn't ready for the inside leg kick. Oh, nice sneaky little left hook from Asplund. He actually moves pretty well. But also, guys, don't sleep on the athleticism it takes to be 600 pounds. I mean, you're powerlifting every single time you get out of a chair or off a bed. So him carrying all that weight was murder on his joints. However, him losing that weight, he might feel like he can move like a fucking welterweight. When you account for all the weight that he used to have to carry. I mean, you see guys, they do, weighted vest training. Yep. Yep. I don't think Petrino is gassed. I think that he's getting hit. And I also think that while he opened up a cut under Asplund's eye. But that skin surgery makes his like that skin is gnarly. To get rid of that extra skin, and I'm pretty sure that the other scar is like, oh, oh, David Banner. What? It looks like David might have been right. Oh, Petrino is trying to survive. No, what? What was that? What is going on in this cage right now? I think Vitor the Randy Moss. I think that Vitor might want to think about going back to light heavyweight after this. Oh man. Yo, that's wrong, man. That's wrong. Come on, Kratos. You come in here shitting on people like that? That's crazy. I ain't gonna front though. You belong here. One of the things that really gets me annoyed is how all the people were like pro obesity until Ozempic and Wegovy. All of a sudden, I don't hear any of that fat acceptance bullshit anymore. Yeah, this might be fair. This might be fair. Actually, he met a pure super heavyweight. uh, Asplund is not your average everyday. Heavyweight. I don't think that Dan is very happy about that. Well, we drove a hard bargain. But now we know where Dan truly stands. He's not a fan of androgynous, Jessica androgynous. He's just not afraid of titties that have miles on them, which is a little weird considering that Dan has a lot of miles on him. JL, let's be real. The guy lost 300 pounds. Do you know how hard it is to lose 300 pounds and to train in MMA? Do you know how many guys end up losing? You know how many guys end up losing because they're too muscle bound? We were just talking about Angelosa and Gautier. Gautier hasn't lost yet, but you get what I'm saying. You probably would get knocked out. Petrino looks like he could have been a pretty decent bodybuilder if he wanted to go in that direction. Also, JL, you do know that Petrino's name is on the screen. You can look on the screen and see the correct spelling of his name. Petrino's got his PF flyers on. Doesn't look good for the judges. Then we got the first embarrassing of the day. He is beating up Asplin with that jab, though. If he keeps fighting behind the jab, he'll have a better chance. Asplin keeps going back to the center of the cage, like, "No, we're not. I'm not going to chase you around the cage." Asplin has one of those saggy um, Adesanya titties. That's crazy. Maybe he's on steroids, like Adesanya. Gon would kick his legs off. Oh, Petrino! That was a nasty combo. Oh, he tried to take his jaw off the bottom of his face. Alex? Or the other one? The weird one. I mean, I'm going to say no because I don't see evidence of such. But I don't know. I don't know. I can't say I can't say I can't say yes. But if I found out later that he pulled um an Anderson Silva, I would not be surprised. Woo! Punch that shit right out of his mouth. Nah, I don't think this. I don't think it. No. What kind of question is this? And this is also wrong because Alex Pereira was not in the UFC in his 20s. He was doing kickboxing and he won more than 100 fights. What are you talking about? And I don't believe that this is better than the first card. I think that it's pretty good right now, but I think that you guys are just, this is just recency bias because the cards have been so bad. The action, no, Tai Tuivasa would destroy Lashley. Bobby Lashley might be the only guy that he can beat. To be honest, Bobby Lashley never fought anybody in the UFC, and even though we don't like the way the UFC has treated the fighters, and we can talk about all of that from here to the cows come home. If you're a fighter that is not fighting UFC level talent, you're not UFC level talent. And that's why you always have to give Brock Lesnar the nod over Bobby Lashley. You always have to give, because Brock won, not, he didn't just win fights in the UFC, he won a belt in the UFC. Yeah, the first card of the year, it was the best card. You guys, I don't think Banner was around for the first card of the year. You're only making my case, Kratos. This I agree with. This I agree with. 100%. But if Petrino did not run around the cage through all of round two, Asplin might have already gotten the knockout. I'm not saying that like Petrino should not have been on his PF flyers, putting his running shoes on. I'm not saying that he should not have. I'm just saying that it's not just Asplin is out here getting outclassed. It's that he was putting a hurting on Petrino. Damn, he's got the Ric Flair face. Yeah, he's doing a lot of running. Right, Banner. If you would have saw the first card, you would have liked the first card more than this one. I'm just letting you know that. Like, this has been a pretty decent card. It's been pretty good. But I think that we got a little bit of recency bias from how bad the cards have been 3-4 weeks in a row. But again, Kratos, dude, you're making my point. He fight, but Bellator is not UFC level, which is why they don't even exist anymore. Damn, that inside leg kick sucked. You could tell. His face is super. I mean, are you not entertained? Now he's getting his fucking titties punched. I don't want to see that. I think so. I think so. I think MVP has been a bust too. He let that cuck run away from him and take the MVP should have beat the shit out of that cuck. So as far as I'm concerned, MVP has also been a disappointment. I thought he had the juice when he made Kevin Holland look like a confused child in the cage. Patricio, I don't know what his deal is. He hasn't even really fought. And the other guy, when he was in the UFC, he didn't fight. Yep. Yep. I think that this is a pretty easy 29-28 to call. Actually, I just think that he just took too much damage. I mean, he looked like the faster fighter in round one. He looked like he had better footwork than Petrino in round one. I can't. I I I I can't agree with this. Asplin is a dog too. He's a dog. Yeah, that leg kick fucked him up. You can already tell he's starting to limp. Yeah, he's. I mean, he's been fighting, obesity, fighting all of that. I think he should put his hand down because he lost the fight. I mean, they cleaned his face, and his face is still filled with blood again. Um, I don't know. I can't really call it fight of the night, but it could have definitely been close. I thought that there was a little bit too much running for Vitor. I thought Vitor ran too much in this fight. Yeah, that's true. You were almost right, Dave, because it did look kind of it did look pretty precarious for Petrino. Oh yeah, let's check your picks. You didn't make your picks in order, so it's very oh, he picked Vitor. Right again. So that makes you correct in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight fights. I don't think that it'll get a bonus though. It won't get a bonus though. Yeah, I don't think so either. Are you talking about the New York Rangers? Well, the New York Rangers have the worst or the second worst record in the Eastern Conference. So forgive me if I would say that the answer would be no. Um, um, but I will say that when it really became possible that the Rangers could have gotten a very high draft pick, now they want to start winning games. So the New York Rangers have not been mathematically eliminated from playoff contention. And now they're starting to score. They're starting to look fast. Yeah, you're talking about um, not Giras. Um, shit. Gudis, it was his name. Radko Gudis. Um, I'm not. I would have to. I would have to ask Captain Paul. I'm going to ask Captain Paul. I don't know what you mean. I mean, we've seen some miraculous. What was it? Was it the Edmonton Oilers or the Vancouver Canucks? I think it was the Edmonton Oilers that went on that supernatural 17 game winning streak to get into the playoffs a couple of seasons ago and went deep into the playoffs. Pause. I just don't like Chris Curtis when after it was shown that Diddy was diddying people, he came out into Diddy songs. So I just don't like that. Yeah, the suit is clean, no doubt. I just don't like the powder blue shirt with it. I think the powder blue shirt is out of place with the suit, which is why I can only really give the fit a 9 out of 10. Well, I hope you enjoy the game. I like going to hockey games. Obviously, I'm rooting for Mc. Goodness. Uh, McDebeck, Autobuy. Rooting for him to win. Jay says that Autobuy will win. Let's see. Captain Paul says it was a dirty and cheap hit, JL. Let's talk to Captain Paul. Captain Paul is joining by phone. The live stream here. How you doing, Cap?
I'm doing pretty well there, DG. Just working, but figured I could chime in with my opinion about that hit.
Yeah, because I read your text and remember I'm not as well versed in the David Banner says, Paul, I hope you're doing well.
What's going on, David?
No hate for Paul. David actually became a member on the channel today.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that membership. Hopefully you don't unmembership after my comments, but continue.
Well, he says that he has the link to do the chargeback, to file the chargeback. He's got it on speed dial.
I got you. Respect.
So I'm speaking out of. Obviously, I'm going to defer to you, Captain Paul. When I looked at the play, David Banner says, well, my membership isn't going to you. It's for the evils exclusively. No money goes to Paul. So I'm going to defer to you because you are definitely the expert, being that you played at a very high level and you also coach. But I'm going to tell you what I saw, and I'm going to need you to educate me. When
continue. The white man continues. Continue.
So when I looked at the play, it looked like a bang bang play to me that didn't look intentional, like he was gunning for his knee. But when you say that it is dirty and cheap, what that says to me is that there's a nuance here that I'm not catching.
Just so the way in which he went after Matthews and the way he opened up and how he went about it, I mean, as a hockey player, I think at any level, when you put your legs out there like that, and even when you saw like how he went for like he didn't go for a big old hit. I understand it did happen extremely quickly, but he did kind of stick his leg out there while cutting and turned towards him and made knee on knee contact, and that's why for me that's a dirty hit.
Mm-hmm.
That was something that's unavoidable. But I'll be honest with you, well, the hit was dirty. What's even dirtier is how big of pussies the Leafs were on the ice, not attacking that guy for destroying their captain's knee. That's the biggest concern I'd have out of all of this. Like, dirty hits happen, unfortunately. But from what I saw from the Leafs and the lack of the reaction, it showed how gutless they are as a team. And that's why that's why Matthews will probably leave Toronto when his contract's up.
Well, I'm gonna offer a little bit of pushback. I get that there is an unspoken rule about standing up for your guys. Your opinion is the same as the Maple Leafs coach. The Maple Leafs coach actually came out and lambasted his team. He said that 4 guys should have been jumping in there.
Yep.
However, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, so you can shoot down my points if you need to. The first point that I have is that the hit did not look immediately crazy. It looked like 2 guys collided, and their torsos never even came together. I think it would have been different if it was an obvious hit to the head. That would be more easy for people to see. But I think that in as bang a play as it was, I think that it would have been harder for his teammates to really see how dirty it was in real time, because even I couldn't see how dirty it was, and I watched the replay. The second part is that I think that it would be a bad idea for the team who's fighting to win, who's fighting to stay in playoff contention, gives up an opportunity for, a 5-minute major penalty that they could have. And if I'm not mistaken, if a goal gets scored on a 5-minute major, the power play continues, correct?
Well, no. So a 5-foot major, if they go with fighting, it doesn't make you. It doesn't make the team like. It doesn't give the other team like if 2 players fight.
No, I'm not talking about fighting. I'm talking about the 5-minute major and the game misconduct that Gudas got for the hit.
Well, yeah. If you score, you can't. Sorry, I thought you were saying if 2 guys fought. My apologies. I'm saying, if you score a goal in a 5-minute major, it just keeps going.
Right. So the thing is, if I'm fighting for a playoff spot, and a dude gets a 5-minute major, I want that 5-minute major, and I want that more than I want. I can always go after him later in the game. I can always go, because we've seen teams do that. We want to get our enforcers on the ice to make sure that we go after that guy, 2 or 3 shifts down the line. But in that instance, they had an opportunity to get a 5-minute major and turn the game around.
Was it a major or 5-minute minor? Because the 5-minute minor is where.
No, I think there was a game minute. I think there was a game misconduct attached to the hit. He was immediately ejected. So I would think it was a major penalty.
I saw that. I'll just say again, well, I just think the lack of reaction is kind of telling, if I'm being honest with you. As a hockey player, someone that's played the sport, someone takes out your teammate like that, just the lack of response, just them kind of gliding ooh, hidey ho,
Well, maybe they didn't know that he was taken out at the time.
Nah, dude, he crumbled. He crumbled like the Leafs do in the first round. Come on. He was definitely hurt. There was no way. I see my cat on here. I'm not there's got to be some type of reaction.
Yeah.
And it just kind of shows, again, just the character of that team. And hey, Matthews is the captain of that team, so maybe he goes into a greater problem there. But it just kind of, I see that as a problem. I think you don't stick up for your teammate regardless if he's a captain or not. You see your guy holding his knee, he's down. That's something that you have no reaction, none. It's pathetic.
Now, can I tell you where I am going to go closer to your opinion?
Go ahead.
2 years ago, there was a play where the Maple Leafs were getting their ass kicked. They pulled the goaltender, and they didn't like the fact of how hard the slap shot was when the guy scored the empty net goal.
Oh yeah, I remember that play.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And what did I say to you? And I think we might have talked about it on your hockey channel, or we talked about it on TSP. But it was like, where was that amount of fight when they were waxing your ass?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, listen, I agree.
So you would try to beat a guy up for scoring a goal too hard, but your captain, he's the de facto captain. You know, whether he's got a seal on his sweater or not.
Matthews does, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're not going to go out on a limb for that, but you'll go out on a limb for, well, you know, you whipped our asses too hard.
I mean, listen, I think in Toronto, I'm gonna be honest with you, they need to set it ablaze and completely start it now. That whole organization.
Do you think the Rangers could get Austin Matthews?
I think I'll say this, man.
We got a bunch of draft picks in the 2026 draft, right?
I think Austin Matthews would be better off in a U.S. market. I think he'd be
Agreed.
treated better.
I think Connor Hellebuck also. Same deal.
Yeah, I mean, but Winnipeg is like, you know, its nickname is Depression City.
I mean,
anyway,
the word ends in peg.
Exactly. So to me, when I look at Matthews, he'd be better off in a U.S. market because I'll say this, and I know Banner's a Toronto fan. Toronto is a self-fulfilling prophecy with the fan base. They go over the top, and I feel like I don't know. It's a cursed franchise. They won a Stanley Cup in 67, and haven't won anything since. And they've had teams with some really great talent. I mean, looking on paper, Marner's, Matthews, Nylander, Tavares, when they got him from the Islanders, like that team should have done far better than it did. And there was multiple reasons, like sometimes poor goaltending, sometimes just awful defense. Hall would be a turnstile on defense for the Leafs. There's been different, I would say, ways in which they've constructed the Maple Leafs roster, which I've always criticized because I think dumping that much money into the core four, what they called it, I thought was dumb. You need to build outside of your forward. You need a good decor and you need a solid goaltender. But that's just franchise. I mean, even before that, with Matt Sundin days, like how, just it seems like the Leafs are a rudderless ship. And,
Agreed.
I think that's the problem. I think in my opinion, will the Leafs ever win anything with Matthews there? No. I think they should trade him, get a bunch of assets. I think they should just go completely set it ablaze.
Right.
You don't have good goaltending. You have a couple good players up front. Your defense is kind of meh.
Mm-hmm.
Is there really anything there in Toronto that I think is salvageable? No. I would just set it ablaze and then just try to pick. I mean, the Leafs don't even have their first round pick this year. That's the great. So guess who has that is the Bruins. Now it's
now that it's almost certain. Wait, it's protected?
Yeah, it's top 5 protected, top 6. So how it works is if they get into, if the Leafs are bad enough where they're top 5, that's protected. If not, the Bruins get it. So if it's like 6 or up, the Bruins get that draft pick. And or it had to look. I'd have to look at Puck Daily. It's a very circumvented way in which that deal has gone down. I'm actually gonna pull it up because it is kind of it is really, really interesting how the deal works out. But yeah, it's got some type of protections on it. Let me see here. I'm actually gonna read it to you.
Can I interject real quick? I got 2 things to say. Number one, there is a game going on with the New York Rangers and the Minnesota Wild, okay? The Minnesota Wild
have 31 shots on goal. The Rangers have 17 shots on goal. What's the score?
6-0 for the other team.
4-1 Rangers. I don't understand it. The other thing, I believe it was Banner that was talking about how Radko Gudas took out Crosby in the Olympics about a month ago. What is your opinion of the Crosby injury?
I'd have to get it refreshed. I don't think it was anything crazy though. I think Canadians would have, you know. God, I was gonna say a really messed up joke for your life, but I think Canadians would have definitely set his place ablaze. I'd have to look back because I forget exactly how that hit went. With Gudas. Gudas is a physical defenseman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not an offensive firepower, excuse me, in the back end.
Powerhouse.
He's an okay puck mover. Thank you, Powerhouse. And but he's physical. I mean, Gudas is the type of defenseman you'd love to have on your own team because he takes off players' heads. But there's, you know, he plays on the line. You know, I think that type of defenseman, and especially with what Anaheim has been building and with how they're turning around that franchise, that's the type of guy you need to have like an identity with the Ducks, and I respect it, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's needed, and you know, I think you can boo-hoo whatever in Canada, but you know, it's, you know, USA wins gold.
I mean, Canada was the better team in that game, though.
No, like, listen, I
They controlled a lot of the action in that game.
No, listen,
They got hella bucked.
no, listen. The USA played nervous. I'll acknowledge that. The one pushback I have, right, is, oh my God, they're such a good team. Oh, they're this. And listen, they have the superstar level talent. I think both teams made mistakes with their roster construction. Personally, I think the USA left off a couple players that would have been significantly better goal scoring wise. Like Cole Caulfield's going to be scoring 40 goals this year.
Mm-hmm.
How did he not make the team? Like Brock Nelson's old man looking at.
A lot of people thought that Adam Fox should have been on the team, but he was dealing with injuries. So
no, but there's definitely concessions I think you can make on either side. I just would say that I think Canada, especially the Canadian perspective, it's kind of warped because they complain about losing on that 3-on-3 in overtime,
mm-hmm.
where your team is specifically made to win 3-on-3. Like your team with McCarr, McKinnon, and McDavid couldn't beat another team 3-on-3. I don't know. Maybe it's just choke artist time. You know, McDavid can't win a ring, right? Maybe that kind of, you know, there's those segments and not listen, great player. But, I mean, Canada choked in the big time. Hellebuck rose to the occasion.
I still think that Canada played better throughout the game.
Yeah, but Canada also had a iffy tournament. Like, if you really want to look at it, like USA, I actually think one of their worst games was against Canada. I thought they didn't play as good as they did. I thought they played better in the Four Nations, where I think, you know, if you look back on it, USA could outplayed Canada in Four Nations, but they lost, right? USA lost that game against Canada, even though USA had better opportunities and just on a defensive lapse, letting someone wide open in the slot. Canada wins Four Nations. Now you go to the Olympics, yeah, Canada got goalie, but Canada had plenty of opportunities to score. I mean, they had. I don't want to hear Canadian fans complain when they had like a 5-on-3 and they couldn't capitalize. And then you have some of the best players on the planet 3-on-3 and you can't convert with your team specifically made to win in that. And I did not hear Canadian fans complaining when they won the previous game in overtime, right, to advance to the gold medal game. You know, and I would have to say this, and this is a good thing. The world is catching up to Canada. Because it wasn't like Canada had, you know, all these teams were just cakewalks. Like, there were some tight games that they almost got away from them. So I think that's a good thing for the sport.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, did they get goalie? Yeah. But, do I think Binnington played terrible? No. I thought
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, it went to overtime, so of course he didn't play terrible. I just think that a lot of the game was played in the United States end of the ice, and they got goalied.
Yeah, no, and I wouldn't even really refute that. I think the USA played on their heels. They played nervous.
Mm.
And I think going forward, when you finally get the win, because in 2011, was that year 11 or 12, when the Canadians beat the USA, Crosby scored the golden goal back in the day with that went to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
It was close. I think that, quite frankly, it's interesting. I mean, some of the cope I've seen from Canadian fans, or like the Canadians, it's like, oh, we didn't win. I mean, we were the better team, and like John Coop's, oh, well, you saw who the real better team is. Like, no, you lost, you got goalie. Accept it, and that's it. And then you just try again in 4 years. I think some of the temper tantrum stuff I've seen from some Canadians, not all, but some Canadians, some analysts, like Sidero or Sid, it was just absolutely kind of embarrassing. It's like, dude, take the loss with some grace, and that's how I look at it. Like, you get goal, it happens in the NHL. It just kind of proves me though that Winnipeg needs to trade Hellebuyck because that man could not win a fucking playoff game, and that's been my biggest.
I mean, the Rangers just embarrassed him a couple of nights ago, and the Rangers are not good.
Dude, well, Rangers have talent though, and they're not a great team this year, but they do have like talent on that team. Just it's the way it's constructed. Is not great.
Well, what do you make of the Rangers, who had the worst record in the Eastern Conference, now wants to go on a point scoring streak where they're now scoring 4, 5, 6 goals in every game, and now they're not losing when we need the team to lose to get a potentially high draft pick.
Well, by the way, the least pick is top 5 protected, so if it's 6 or higher, the Bruins get it.
6 or lower, but if it's 5 or higher.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of like actual numbers, like higher number. But yeah, 6 through 32. If it goes through that, it's the Bruins. But I mean, as for the Rangers, to me, you get rid of the Putin traitor in Panarin, and then things turn left. I don't know. I think it's the Rangers are not. They shouldn't be as bad as they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, they should have been as bad as they were this year. Like, it was not a perfect team. It definitely has holes. I think the Rangers are kind of what the Bruins were last year.
They can't score at home or win anything at home?
Yeah, yes. And they're not that bad. They shouldn't be that bad. They're not a great team, but they shouldn't be that bad. That's kind of what I look at when I see the Rangers. I'm like, it shouldn't be that brutal. But unfortunately for Ranger fans, it's been kind of a fucking rough year.
Yeah.
And it's definitely peculiar for sure. I just haven't, like, what do you do? Honestly, like, what do you do as a Rangers fan? You hope that the best, like, next season it just improves. That's the only.
We need to get rid of We need to get rid of Chris Drury.
I'm one of these guys that like to give general managers, a chance. But I would agree. I think he's proven that he is incapable of doing the job, of doing what is needed.
But he also ruins the morale of the locker room.
Yeah, and I think he's also done some moves that just were bad. I don't think. Listen. I understand why they made certain moves in the past. I do, but if I'm looking at this Rangers team, I mean, Panarin, who obviously got dealt to the Kings, he's still second highest point scorer on your team, and who's still there with 57.
But hey, Lafreniere has been showing what he can do when he's on the top line.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, he's been pretty good. He had a hat trick, right?
Yep.
The other day?
Yep.
He's doing good. I think Lafreniere, I mean, I think highly of him. I don't think he'll ever necessarily fulfill that top elite level type of.
Well, maybe he might
shot.
if he gets top line minutes and more run on the power play.
I think he could become a consistent 60 to 80-point guy.
That's a point per game.
Yes. But I'm saying, like, when he was drafted, like, was it first overall? You're thinking, like, some people make lofty comparisons to, like, the Crosbys of the world and stuff that nature.
Yeah. They said that he was going to be a generational talent, but I just think that he's had the handcuffs on him. And remember, he didn't even play in the AHL.
Well, and I would argue, I think that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Because I thought that was a mistake. I think Lafreniere, and then I would also say this, right? Players develop at different paces. Like, I'll say this with my own team, with the Bruins, right? Morgie had a career year last year, and he's going to score over 40 goals this year. And, you got him from Seattle, and he's a solid middle six guy. Did you see, like, elite goal scorer type production? No. I mean, the Bruins locked him up for, I think, 5-something million, like a crazy deal for like 6 or 8 years.
Right.
So he's going to be one of the best bargains in the NHL if you keep up even like a similar production.
Right.
Guys develop at different paces, and I think like Lafreniere is like he's not even that old yet, right? He's 24 years old, so he's just entering in his prime. So it's you're going to still see this guy improve.
Right.
I do think that, but I do believe, in my opinion, that the Rangers would be good. It would be a good idea to do somewhat of a rebuild on the fly. Get rid of guys that are on the wrong side of 30. Get rid of guys that are not going to be here when they win, and start just piling up draft capital. That's.
I mean, they got what 12 picks in this year's draft or some shit like that.
I'd have to look. Let me look up on Puckpedia. Let's see. I go to the Rangers. Yes, blah, 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 blah. Where are the Rangers right there?
All right, we got Bruno Silva coming to the cage.
Yeah, they have 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, 4 third-round picks, 1 fifth-round, and 2 sixth-round picks, and a 7th rounder. So percentage-wise, like the picks that kind of matter are rounds 1 through 3, because statistically after round 1, it's like less than like 10% make the NHL or play over 100 games the NHL bubble.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a ton of draft picks. Like if I am the Rangers, I have 4 third-round picks. I would package something and get another first rounder if I could. You have 2 first rounders already. Try to get another draft pick and see if you can jumpstart this thing. That's what I would do.
All right.
I think that if I'm the Rangers, do that. Get rid of like the guys that are just not on the right side of 30. I mean, Zibanejad, if you could get rid of him, I would.
Yeah, while his stock is relatively high. I mean, they couldn't get rid of Trocheck on time, but people saw that we traded Panarin for a broken stick, so they thought that they were going to be able to continue to hose the Rangers for their talent, and they were like, "Nah, we good on that. We're not doing that."
I think get rid of JT Miller. Like all these.
They
guys,
just got JT Miller, and they gave up a lot to get him.
JT Miller's 33, though. Get rid of him. Like I think that with that team, with Miller, Trocheck, and Zibanejad, get rid of them. Just move them for pieces and get draft capital, and just embrace the suck there for a couple seasons.
Pause.
Yes. I mean, it could allow some guys within the organization that play for the Wolfpack, give them some chances, give them some looks. That's what I would do. All right, let's see what you got. I mean, the Rangers and the Bruins.
We just traded one of our better prospects away. That didn't make any sense to me.
Well, you guys traded Ottman to the Bruins for Fabian Lysell. I think Ottman, it just wasn't working with the Rangers, and Lysell wasn't working with the Bruins. But Lysell's got some speed, and I think in a top 6 role could be good in the right situation.
I didn't think he got traded to.
Didn't he?
No. He got traded to.
Oh, you got traded to Calgary.
Yeah, he got traded to the Calgary Flames.
I'm tripping. Yeah, no, Lysell's still with the Bruins. Sorry, I'm like working on like 2 hours of sleep. He's in Calgary. But
he's not even up with the big team. They still have him in the AHL.
Well, if I'm him, I'm like, oh, fucking call me up, motherfucker.
Yeah, for real. I mean, Noah Laba has been pretty good. Gabe Perreault has been fun to watch. We got Jacob Battaglia for Brennan Othman.
That's a good hockey name, Battaglia. You know what?
I didn't like the trade.
I think So you think Jonathan Quick retires after this year?
He had a really, really difficult stretch. I mean, he started out with like a 0 goals against average for like 3 or 4 games coming out of the gate.
Yeah.
And when Shesterkin got hurt, he just got pummeled.
Yeah. No, I listen. Jonathan Quick is going to be a Hockey Hall of Famer.
He's already a Hockey Hall of Famer. That's not in question. But it's just, will he retire at the end of the year? I
think he should, personally. Like, if I'm the Rangers, I listen, he's done really good.
Who are we going to get that's better than him to back up Shesterkin?
If you cannot find a better goalie than Jonathan Quick at this stage of his career as a backup, that is just an indication they don't know how to draft.
No. Understand what I'm saying. Like, Jonathan Quick is still a really good NHL goalie, and he's old enough to where he is going to accept his role as the backup goaltender and be happy in his position. You can find a better backup, but that backup doesn't want to play for the Rangers because Shesterkin just got a $90 million contract.
Yeah, but I think that it would do the Rangers a good idea to start trying to develop. Because, like, I hate to say this, Shesterkin's 30 years old, and goalies do age pretty well for the most part because they develop a little bit later, but Shesterkin has a lot of tread kind of taken off those tires.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be good to get a younger goalie.
One second. I don't like the way Silva is pointing his fingers towards the eyes of Johnson. Obviously, I'm rooting for Silva here, but Bruno Silva has to stop sticking his eyes out when he goes for when he feints those jabs. He's got to stop sticking his fingers out towards the eye of his opponent. Go ahead, Cap.
No, but I think they should look into a backup goalie that can start taking a little bit of the load off of Shesterkin. I just do. I think you gotta preserve him as much as you can. I do. It's a very physical position. I
mean, Shesterkin had a lot of time off, though. Like a lot.
I mean, fair. But he still has over 40 games this season. When you look at him, like 61 games, 55, 58, 53, I mean, to me, I would probably want Shesterkin around like 50, mid-50s. I think that's fine. But I don't know. I'm just saying I think it would be good to get a younger goalie that could probably, really maybe even push a guy like Shesterkin. So, just my thoughts.
I don't think that Shesterkin is a player that needs to be pushed.
He's having a good year. A very, very, very good year. I'm not, but it's just, I don't know.
So the numbers, well, that was 24, 25.
Let me see if I can get you some numbers. Let's give me a moment here. He's got an 892 save percentage, 305 goals against, two shutouts. This year.
He has more than Shesterkin shutouts wise.
Yeah. Again, but also Jonathan Quick was not supposed to play as many games as he ended up having to play. And it's not like the team in front of him was really, Jonathan Quick lost a lot of hard luck games. If I look here, February against Carolina, 976 save percentage and a loss.
Yeah.
Right? His in his last 5 games, he needed a shutout to beat Calgary. And 853 save percentage, 5 goals against on 34 shots. In the game against the Devils. He gave up 1 goal against 42 shots on goal against Carolina and lost.
Damn.
He gave up 2 goals on 21 shots against the Islanders, lost. 5 goals against 33 shots, lost. And the Rangers don't get any shots on goals against anybody.
Yeah.
Even when they win, they're getting punked on the ice. It's 42-17 shots on goal in a game that they're playing against the Minnesota Wild with almost 6 minutes left in the third period.
You know what's crazy? Because I'm so used to 920 being the bar for elite goaltenders. Last couple seasons, save percentage has been down. The best one in the league right now is Wedgwood. He's got 918.
Well, but why is that? The game is faster. There's less bruising in the game. There's more wide open places to shoot on the ice. You have 3-on-3 hockey in overtime.
No, it's funny because we went through a while there for a good stretch where the great goaltenders would have around a 920, right?
Yeah. 925.
Yeah, a 925. Top 10 goaltender right now, Casey Smith, technically statistically, is 912, which would have been kind of an average.
It would have been average, yeah.
Yeah.
Good. He's a good goalie.
Top 10, just so context, right?
Right.
Because you look at Quick's numbers and they look awful, right? For what you're traditionally used to seeing. At 892, he's 38th in the league. Which, if you think about it, there's 32 NHL teams. He's appropriately slotted. It's just I don't know.
But he's the backup.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I've always found that interesting.
So he would be the starter on a bad team.
Yeah, he could.
And his 305 goals against average is ranked where in the league? I mean, he had a fucking 0.7 for a long time, and then the team just basically quit around him.
Shesterkin's got the 10th best goals against average. Let me see. Where would he be?
305.
Let's see. 42nd.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's slotted relatively close.
So that means that the defenses have to be better because 305 used to be somewhere around average. But for him to be so far below average at 305 and the save, there's just less shots on goal, I guess, throughout the league.
Yeah. It's I will say, it's an intriguing, it's a little intriguing stat to see.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, the best goaltender in the NHL, with high danger save percentage, is Sorokin.
Ilya Sorokin? You're talking about the Islanders.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're a playoff team right now, so it makes sense that him stepping it up. I was saying that he wasn't getting enough respect last year, and now look at him.
And he's had a good year, 913. I mean, he's having a bounce back year because last year, right?
Yeah, it was bad.
No, he bounced back. Actually, looking at it now, it's 907. He salvaged it.
Yeah, but he was bad for a while though.
Yeah, I mean, good for him.
But I could see that it was the team in front of him, and he was getting burned by his defense, not necessarily poor goaltending.
It's it'll be, I'll say this as a Bruins fan, it's fun to watch that like they won today in overtime or shootouts, I should say. The Eastern Conference has a lot of parity. And it's actually a pretty interesting.
Yeah, the Rangers are bad, but when you look at how many points that they've scored, they're kind of like everybody's kind of near the middle. It doesn't seem like there's like this breakaway dominant team like the Winnipeg Jets were last year.
Yeah, honestly, I need the Leafs to keep like winning / losing. I need them to like just be a mediocre team the rest of the way.
Oh, because you don't want them to get the high draft pick and then retain their pick.
Yeah, no, because Bruins, I'd love 6 or 7. You know, get another draft pick.
Because it's 5. You said it was top 6 protected or top 5 protected?
Top 5 protected.
Okay.
Where it gets interesting is because of the Ottawa Senators.
1 second. We got a little bit of a nut shot here. Yep, he definitely moved the cup with it. Wasn't quite a Victor Henry, but definitely moved that cup with his toes. Go ahead, Cap.
No, the Senators got fined $1 million, and they're now automatically slotted to be the 32nd pick, but they're not allowed to use their pick.
When did this happen?
Hold on, let me get up the story. This happened a little bit ago. So Ottawa Senators.
And what did they get? That's a very crazy penalty.
Was it $1 million? Hold on. Well, is it $1 million like real money or Monopoly money?
Oh shit! David Banner's still here, right? JL is still here, right?
Yeah. On March 12th, so only a couple days ago.
Oh, this is only a couple days ago.
It's 1 million CAD, so 1 million Monopoly. Modified their penalty for the Evgeny Donatov trade. That's right. I remember that.
Wait, so there was a trade that was rescinded.
Yeah.
Why did they get in so much trouble for that?
Forfeiting their first round pick and will now pick 32nd overall that they cannot trade. So it's equivalent to $734,000 US. So you could buy a house in the US for that money. My God, the CAD is so weak, just like their country in hockey. But joking. But no, I think that's interesting.
But why? But I don't understand why.
Because in the 2021, like I don't know if you're, the trade of Evgeny Donatov with the team failed to disclose a no trade clause. So Donatov had a no trade clause in his contract, but he didn't disclose that to the other team when they made the trade. And it's a penalty because it broke the contract and broke several rules in the NHL. That's why. It was a weird one. Dude, Ottawa's just a poorly run organization, honestly. They should just move it to Houston. Say fuck it. That's crazy. Yeah, because their first round pick got forfeited.
You said it was the Vancouver Canucks?
Ottawa Senators.
Oh.
Yeah, Ottawa Senators. They forfeited it originally, but then it got modified, the penalty, where they'll have their first round pick, but it's automatically 32nd. So everyone kind of gets moved up a slot.
The National Hockey League announced today that it has decided to modify the disciplinary sanction originally imposed on the Ottawa Senators franchise for its role in connection with the July 2021 trade of player Evgeny Dadonov from the Senators to the Vegas Golden Knights in the subsequent invalidated March 2022 Dadonov trade between the Golden Knights and the Anaheim Ducks. The sanction originally imposed on the Senators provided for the forfeiture of the club's first-round draft pick in one of the 2024, 2025, or 2026 drafts. The Senators subsequently applied to the league for reconsideration and relief from the original penalty, citing primarily the change in club ownership and oversight, which, in the club's view, changed the appropriateness of the penalty initially imposed. After due and thorough consideration, the league has decided that a modification of the original penalty is warranted and accordingly has amended the club sanction as follows. The Senators' penalty will now involve the forfeiture of their first-round pick in the 2026 draft in favor of the right instead to pick 32nd overall in the 2026 NHL draft, the last pick in the first round. The club will not be permitted to trade or transfer its rights to the 32nd overall selection in the 2026 draft. In addition, the club will pay $1 million Canadian.
Yeah, so 700.
So they're actually happy. They're happy that they got this penalty, apparently.
Yeah, because they would have lost their draft pick, I guess. So.
Okay, well, there you have it. Did you did get Paramount Plus, right?
I did.
So you gotta join us for some of these filthy casuals, man.
I will for sure. I'll definitely do it when I get some free time. I'm just gonna probably just chill here, go to sleep here in a minute. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good talking, brother.
Yeah.
I'll try to be free at some point.
Yeah, because we need to start potting. Yeah, we need to start potting again.
Listen, we're being consistent with our inconsistency. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can record something tomorrow.
Yeah, guaranteed inconsistency. 43-18 shots on goal in favor of the Wild. Rangers up 4-2. Make it make sense.
I can't, brother. I can't. But, all right, man, I'll let you go, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you, Captain Paul, for joining us. And it was nice. Oh, before you go, David Banner has some comments for you. Yeah. He says, I'm not even a Leafs fan anymore, or a UFC fan, really. The governing bodies have ruined my expectations and really my love for the pure sport as a whole. At 8:06 p.m., he says, I just got to sit here and take it. Paul is right. He goes on to say, okay, I was being real, but I see Paul is just spewing his usual slop when he started going at the Canadian hockey team. He says, go back to your boat, old man. And he says, nobody's arguing with you, Paul. Get out your truth, old man. We get it. Nobody wants to talk to you on the boat, so you got to rant here.
Crazy. He doesn't pay attention to the career change. But word, keep going.
So, it bees what it is.
I mean, listen. Play free bird, and see you in the next one, bud.
All right, Cap.
Later, buddy.
All right. So something really crazy happened. Eric Anders fought really well and then retired.
Oh. Wow.
Some other really interesting things happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think JL got like 7 correct picks in a row.
Wow. So far,
yeah.
Don't jinx it.
And so here it is. He was wrong on this one, but he put that prediction after Sam Hughes had already lost, and still posted his wrong. So you got to give him credit for that. I'm more impressed with that than anything else. Some other things happened. The comment in the stream currently. And we asked if he would prefer who was he? Steven Asplund. Would he prefer Steven Asplund over Mackenzie Dern? And he said no. And he said the reason why is because long titties is bad, but long titties with hair on them is better.
Aw. I missed some fun.
Yeah, you actually did. There were some really good, spirited conversations. And then Cap, we were talking about a dirty hit that was levied on a Toronto Maple Leafs player, and Cap called in, and well, you heard that very hockey-fied conversation during the fight. So there you go.
I also have to update our closing banner
Are you talking about that one?
to include.
And you're talking about that one too? And are you sure? Because
We have to give thanks to. Oh, you're right.
she just thinks I'm out here not taking care of business. That's
Hi, guys.
crazy.
I just.
Whoops.
That's what happened earlier.
No, this is the end of the game. The Rangers are getting dominated,
What's
except
this
on
happening right now?
Yeah, except on the scoreboard.
So you happened to tune in right as the fight broke out.
Oh no, I had this going on over here, and then Cap called.
Okay.
But look at the shots on goal differential. Look at the shots on goal differential, 45 to 18. And yeah. So Rangers are getting dominated on the ice, except the Wild are getting goalied.
Just so Jay's comment, the haircut returns. Right,
Except
that's 20 minutes ago.
that he doesn't have the weird colored poof. Instead of just cutting the shit off because he lost the war up here, he's now got cornrows that just goes around the back of his head.
Oh, it's awful.
No, it's actually not as bad as you think compared to what it was before.
Hey, David. I really like that symbol next to your name. Thank you.
He said that none of the money is supposed to go to Cap.
Okay. Welcome back. We just traded places, that's all. He tagged me in.
The last cards were so bad that people were declaring this the best card of the year because now we remember how good that first card was. So it wasn't as good, but this card has been good. I wasn't being mean. I wasn't being mean at all.
He's telling on you.
I let Cap talk his shit.
He's telling you like Mrs. Evil. He's being mean.
I wasn't.
That's what that is.
I was kind to David today.
Telling on you.
Looks like we got a split decision. I didn't think Charles Johnson won that fight. Now I'll have to be honest. I wasn't paying like the most attention to the fight, but I didn't think that Charles Johnson won the fight. Somebody might have to educate me.
It's like, I thought you were on my side.
I was not being mean to you at all, David. I gave you a lot of credit today.
We had a nice turnout. Thing 2 is taking the photo. She had a nice little group.
Dope.
And then I hung out in Target with my cousins.
I was about to say, what did I say? This is good. Wow, they cannot get this puck past Shesterkin. And they are trying really hard. And they lost the zone. That's the end of the power play. "45 saves for Igor Shesterkin." Talking AI.
Talking all the time.
Oh.
You should send that to Paul.
Oh, wow.
Paul put him to sleep.
I was entertained. Do I not? I don't matter.
You were Russell Crowe. Ooh. So the place that we had food is, I guess, one of the favorites, or used to be one of the favorites of one of your buddies.
Handy Nasty?
Andy Nasty.
You know what I have to tell him.
Yes, you do. I forgot that it was there at City Point, so I had the honor of correcting everyone on the name of the establishment. And my sister almost spit out her water as she was drinking water. But I got the look. And I was like, isn't the food great here? And actually, the food was really good. But yeah, City Point, they have and they were really good with the size of our group too. Our waiter was excellent.
Just typing it makes me laugh. Did you?
What did I do?
Oh, you were right. No, you were right. Why did you pick Johnson? You piece of trash. Nobody wants to see him win. But yeah, that's another one. You know what I think it is? He's from the future.
Jay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. I think that Dave is going to regret putting up this comment.
Damn. No takebacks.
No backsies?
He might rescind his membership.
That's crazy. I mean, Jay has been dominating the picks since David became a member. That might have something to do with it.
Oh shit. All right. So when y'all get so many picks in a row correct, can we have a follow-up message, comments that says the Eagles will win New York lottery? Just put it like that so that we generalize it, and it could be, whichever lottery.
Okay, I thought it was just me. I thought that Bruno Silva won as well.
Oh damn.
Actually, his fit is actually good today. Seriously, his fit is actually good. I just don't like his shirt, the color of his shirt.
Oh, do we have to?
I mean, we didn't make that bet.
No, we made the ban though. There's a ban
No, I'm saying, but we didn't make the
on
bet
he
though.
who will not be named. No, but he's putting that to us. He's saying for us, if he gets the rest right, we have to lift.
No,
the
but
ban.
we have to. But the thing is, we have to agree to. We have to
I
agree
know,
to that
which is why
wager.
I'm like, can I put a stipulation?
It's not enough that he gets every fucking pick right.
No, we have to win the Mega Millions.
Then we'll put up a fucking picture of the announcer.
Oh my, that's gonna be one of those. We won't tell you that we won the lottery, but there will be signs, and we will put his name.
This is
or
messed
his
up.
Photo up there.
This is messed up.
Mm.
Nah, he actually has like a cream colored suit that looks kind of cool,
Mm-hmm.
and then he has like a brown like vest, but also brown shoes.
Mm-hmm.
But he has a light blue shirt. It just doesn't fit.
Okay, I'll check. I saw it briefly. I will say, Ditto J. It actually has been useful for recipes, or especially ingredient substitution. Or if I have like one particular ingredient and I'm not sure what to cook or what to do with it, and I don't want to throw it away or let it go bad. It's been useful for that. I used to have recipes to fights.
I said you just came home from Handy Nasty. Our marriage isn't ending. Did it meet your expectations?
Thumbs up. You could see that the portions are shrinking, but
What they call it, shrinkflation.
it's definitely a case of shrinkflation. Like the prices weren't awful. They're kind of what I expected.
Mm-hmm.
And I just got like a chicken dish with rice. They were expensive, but they were the amount that I was expecting. Those are cool. But the portions, we were disappointed because the waiter was like, "Oh, it's kind of like family style, so one plate should be enough for two people." So we're like, "Okay, so not everyone ordered something. We ordered like a few items so that we could all share." And then when we got the protein, like the rice was an okay size for everyone, but then once we got the protein, we were like, "That's supposed to be enough for two."
Mm.
But since we
Keep
spread it out,
hitting this by accident.
and everyone ate like a little bit of everything, it was
Mhm.
fine. So I would eat there again, just maybe much later this year.
I don't even know what this means. Who's MJ?
Light heavyweight white MJ, it seemed. Michael Jackson. What are we talking about?
That's the first person I thought of. And then Michael Jordan. He can beat anyone but also lose to Michael Johnson? Is that what you meant? No, they're not even close to the same type of fighter. I mean, he can beat anyone but also lose to bums. I don't know. Well, your prediction for this one was Psy. So see if he beats Kutalaba.
Feeling any better after earlier? No, Paul?
No, I've just been holding it down for you.
Appreciate it.
Probably gonna need food and another bottle of vitamins.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready for that.
Yeah, and Kutalaba is not a small guy. He's not a little guy, you know? Size build, his physical build reminds me a little bit of John Jones. Um, I would love to see what his reach looks like, the height and reach.
Oh no, he doesn't have a wiki page. We can look him up.
Yeah. Banner is chanting, "Come on, Kutalaba, come on!" Yep, 6'4". Just like John Jones. And 83. John Jones has an 84-inch reach, and Omar Sy has an 83-inch reach. So yeah, it's very. My instincts were good. He has a very John Jones-esque look to him.
Oh, is this over? Jay is in the future. Tell him we heard him.
Yeah, in his voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see those cat paws he just did?
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. I think he meant to say Frenchies, not Frenzies.
Mm-hmm.
This is messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Ram kits are now sold with one fake ram stick alongside a real one to create a performance illusion 1+1 value pack. Offers desperate psychological relief as the memory shortage worsens. That's incredible.
We're gonna spend money to make this fake.
Performance RAM plus RBG filler kit. Complete RBG look instantly. So it's a filler empty stick to make the
damn.
inside look good.
Oh, he was saved by the bell. I thought he had made him tap. Maybe he did. Is it over? Yep. He did make him tap. David!
Well, sorry. David just saved some money. Yeah. But good on you know, a lot of the other picks were.
Damn.
Why couldn't you have
He
gotten the
tapped
Charles Johnson
immediately.
wrong?
Tapped right away.
He's a black man that couldn't breathe.
Nope. No marathons coming up. Well, not within the next few months. No spring marathon. Not this year. I decided to give my brain a break because I got burnt out finally. It caught up to me of training year round. So when I did the marathon last spring is when I started feeling burnout. And I hardly trained for that one. I trained enough for the half marathon. I felt wonderful in the half marathon, but barely trained for the full. So I decided this year only one, like normal marathoners do. We're not really normal. And that'll be in November. Possibility of a half marathon this summer, though, depending on how life works out. We'll see. We'll see. I'm still considering the NIAC, but I don't have to make a decision on that today. No wait.
I mean, if you have not run a marathon already, I don't suggest running a marathon in hot weather as your first.
I was thinking of signing up for reach, but it's in the dead heat. Ugh. Yeah, that's. I mean, I know that you. I don't know if you still run now, but I remember you telling me that you were running before and you were doing about.
Oh, you run 10, yeah, but it's not the same. 10K versus a 30K, or no, that's not 30K. That's 40 something K, right?
Yeah, like 41, 42K.
Yeah. It's not the same, man. And the thing is, the wall that you hit around somewhere between mile 17 and 20 in heat, I don't recommend it. But we're scared of you not coming back here. Because if something happens to you, and you can't cancel the membership.
Dark. How do you do in the heat right now? Like, is it normally very hot near you during the summer? Do you normally run during the summer?
I think that you should choose an early No, I think I think you should run an early. First of all, you should run a half marathon. You should start with a half marathon. He's talking about centigrade,
I
so
know.
he's talking about.
That's why I picked up.
Yeah, I think you should run, like a 10 degree.
86.
That if he's never won a marathon,
Yeah, I know.
86 is gonna feel like 116.
But that's why But that's why I'm asking, what is he used to the heat already? Do you do any sort of physical activity in the heat right now?
Yeah,
I know
but
marathon.
he said up to 10K.
But up to 10K in the heat, I've ran all times of the year, but I hate it. I'm thinking maybe it's time to push myself. How do you feel doing a 10K in the heat?
Yeah, I think that you should start with the half marathon and then maybe a 20K or something like that. Work your way up to it. And it's not like you're like the skinniest guy in the world either, like that's a lot of weight to move, 3 times the distance that you're normally used to moving. I don't.
Are there any other races besides that one?
Yeah, I agree, but you might not agree once you get to 35K.
I would say I'm the opposite. I disagree.
No, I'm saying like in the wintertime, it would be better when you're running in that mile 20 range than in the heat at the mile 20 range.
Right, but he's saying 10K in the heat isn't as bad as 10K in the cold. And what I'm saying is I'd rather do 10K in the cold than 10K in the heat. I've seen that there was a marathon coming up, and I feel like I am always going to be on board with you doing a marathon.
I need you to
However,
be conditioned.
I love that people would like to do a marathon.
We don't want you to be the reason why the ambulance has to come off the sidelines.
Are there any other races besides the marathon that you see there? See if there are any other races.
And we're not saying that you can't do that race in 2027.
There are people.
Oh, yeah, I hate this. Yeah, I hate that.
I
I used to run 10
me too.
miles in track practice in the wintertime.
Mm-hmm.
The burning and oh, I hated that. Yeah, you can always test yourself. It just doesn't have to be the summer of 2026. It can be the summer of 2027.
If there is,
Just start running races now to reach up to that.
If there are any shorter distance races in the summer, just to start getting yourself conditioned to higher mileage during the summer, because his caution is 100% correct. There are people who might have a heat stroke during races. We have a Brooklyn half marathon that happens. It's not necessarily during the summer, but for whatever reason, the day of the half marathon for like the past 5 years is a day where the temperature spikes. And we have a lot of people go down and end up in an ambulance because they're not conditioned to run in that amount of heat, because it's been springtime, much lower weather, and that one day happens to be much, much warmer than they're used to. So they end up in an ambulance. And actually last year, a fairly young person died. He was in his 30s at the finish line, unfortunately. So not to be like, we're scary, but you're a little scary because people do die from the heat. It was Brooklyn half marathon. Brooklyn half marathon.
Yeah, so according to legend, the Greek messenger Pheidippides died after running from Marathon to Athens to announce victory in 490 BCE. While popular stories say he exclaimed, "Rejoice, we have won," before collapsing, historians note this death is likely an embellishment, as earlier sources do not report it. But the legend is that he ran about 25 miles or 40 kilometers to deliver the message, and dying of exhaustion after. So you know, there's
my suggestion,
Yeah.
I think our suggestion still stands of like, absolutely put a marathon on your list of distances to run this year. Like if there's a marathon in fall, that I think would be great.
David just wants to die.
Because the thing is, so let's say, for example, you have a fall marathon coming up, right? And New York City Marathon is like end of fall, or not, but like mid-fall going into winter. Your training period is going to be during the summer. So it's not that you're not going to go through the hell of running during the summer. That is your training period. So I think if there's one available that is like a September, October, that would be great, because you're going to run through the soggiest, grossest part of the year. And then once you actually do the race, it's going to feel so much easier than the running you did during the summer. There's something that we call fast fall. So everyone runs much, much slower during the summer because of heat and humidity, and your body just overheats as it's trying to cool down at the same time. It becomes really, really difficult. And then once the temperature gets to a much better, more normal, it stabilizes, you actually run faster because you've conditioned yourself. Ooh.
We got distracted by her earlier.
You've conditioned yourself to run during the heat and a much tougher condition. So fall running is much, much easier. So for those of us who know that, as we're running during the summer, we can't fucking wait until fast fall. So. No thanks. Yeah, that's wild. David says, I used to do cross country in high school. I know not to push myself all out early, but we have a track by my house, and I have been sprinting recently. I was just getting back into the flow and being active. YQR Marathon is at the end of August. So end of August is, yeah, that's still like 80 something. If I don't run at the end of the summer, it's March. Jimmy March.
Yeah, so the whole thing about marathons is the legend is the guy ran the 25 miles and then died. Like, let's let's not be a legend. I'm gonna need food and a spell.
Mm. Oh, marsh. Gotcha. Wet clay ground. Oh. So in fall, it becomes marsh?
Like wet season.
Mm.
Oh, David Banner will have you know that not only did he join the membership, but he also donated twice.
Yes, as well. David. I'm going to say, David, if the only alternative is running in marsh, see when the deadline is to sign up for that race. And as you train, play it by ear. Winter, two. Fake spring. We're in fake spring right now.
Yay!
Thank you, sir. Is that your way of saying,
He's-
please tell me I can sign up for the marathon?
Nah,
Please give
I
me permission.
mean, maybe he expects to die. That's why he's like, you know what? In my will and
3
testament,
times.
here's some for TSP.
3 times.
Oh, he's gonna do the was it? No, I was gonna say the 5 times.
I know, that's why I said the 3.
5 times. 5 times. WCW champion.
All right, so how about this, David? See when the deadline is to sign up for the marathon.
You'd have to start training
You
like
got
right
6
now.
months. Well, he said that he's already started.
Okay.
He already started running.
Yeah.
And he's not new to running.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he said he did
has
cross
ran
country.
before.
Yeah. But he probably was at 6'1" and 235 pounds at the time.
Right. So what I'm saying is the race is about 6 months away. You're already training. Continue your training. Slowly builds up mileage over time. Slowly.
Yeah.
Which they probably taught you that in cross country.
He needs to get to at least 23 miles
we're gonna
in
start
training.
building up. Why 23 miles?
In training.
Why do you need to build up to 23
Because
miles?
the thing is when he, let's say as he's getting to get up close, right? He's gonna have to taper at the pretty much like the second half of July, which means he's gonna be building up during the heat. If he can build up to 23 miles and he will have enough endurance, his body will be conditioned enough to running in the heat for long enough to where if he has to push it to the 26.2 in August, he has a better shot of not ending up in the hospital.
I'm going to put a big asterisk next to that footnote, depending on how your conditioning goes.
That's what I mean.
Most people, majority of people, stop at 18 because of the amount of recovery you need after a long run. So I would caution very much. I never went. The only time I went past 18 miles is when I was training for my ultra marathon.
Yeah.
Because the amount of time it takes to recover from 18 miles means that like I'm just too wiped out, and that's for the majority of people, even professionals.
Yeah. But here's the problem.
I don't 100%.
He's never even run a half.
Right. So I'm not going to tell him to go ahead and run. Like the amount of recovery time increases with the amount of mileage. So we have to caution before we have someone run too close of the mileage to the marathon. Most people who run the marathon, that is the first time they run that mileage, and it's okay. They're going to make it. If you can
Okay.
physically run the 18 miles, you're going to be able to run the 26.2.
Yeah, because I was going to say...
you don't have to run 23. If you can, and you could do it safely, and you're healthy enough to do it, and you can recover in time, then do it. You don't have to.
Then why did you say that the longest that you ever ran was 10K? I'm only going on what you said, buddy.
I think he means recently.
No, but I'm saying his body does have that in its memory. If he's ran more than a half, so yeah, he should be okay. Depending on, now it goes back to what you asked before. How much time has he spent running in the heat in his life? Man, you're barely an adult as it is. Nah, you can get in shape. You can get in shape. You can get in shape. Yeah. But if you are really serious about training for that marathon, you're not going to be 235 when you get to the start line.
No.
You certainly won't be when you get to the finish line.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely not. So what I like to do, or what a lot of people like to do when you're bringing up your mileage, and I would say that it's very similar, and corrects me if I'm wrong at any point, it's very similar like when you're lifting weight, that it's not just going to be, this nice, perfect curve, that it's going to be more of this wave that is trending upward.
Yeah.
So for example, if your longest run is like 6 miles, we might do 6 miles, then 8 miles, then 9 miles, then go back down to maybe 7 miles, and then 10 miles, and then 11 miles, and 12 miles, and then back down to 9 miles. So you'll spend about 3 weeks of this gradual increase of mileage, and on the 4th week, it's kind of like a deload. And we do that to make sure that that cumulative fatigue that you put on.
I mean, she is a certified running coach, so you could
I've also done it all wrong.
you could just, I don't know, hire her to coach you.
Let's see how the summer goes.
We've got a backpack situation here.
Hope this helps you.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see you complete a marathon. I think your first marathon, you could probably complete it in sub 5 hours.
4 times. Actually, he did the membership, so...
WCW champion.
That counts. That's it.
I was going to say he should have put a comment with that, but we read everybody's comments whether they donate or not. So I think that's what some people like about our platform, is that we really do try to get to everybody's Oh, didn't we?
The legs got to go up a bit. Oh wait, I don't have a hole in my socks. It's okay. Spinneroonie.
We saw Gold Dust do a spinneroonie a couple days ago.
Oh, we did. It did. It just required a little assistance. If I tried to spin in here, I would hit my head and the stream would end because we would have to call 911. That would be fun. Shit would fall on me. I don't know how to do that anyway. I just saw Dan's comment.
We swear it was the chair.
It was. And that one was not, though. Okay, it was just the left leg. My left knee is crunchier than my right. Besides the running
looks
you've
like
been doing,
somebody's found us.
besides the running you've been doing, do you have any strength training in there too? gonna need that. And we runners are awful when it comes to maintaining our strength training.
Yeah, so we might have Brooklyn hitting the chat soon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. If you wanted the thingy now.
Oh yeah, I was about to text like, please help me.
Oh, I got caught up doing a spinny rooney.
The Creekaroonie. Oh man. This is a pretty good fight. Oh, Rahiki's throwing combos. They're in a phone booth. Oh, lead elbow, Rahiki. They're trying to get a bonus here. Rahiki's starting to open up. Actually, I think both of them are pretty above average size featherweights. JL, this is a very good brawl. This is a good fight. I knew you was lurking. Oh man. You good to see you, Brooklyn? Oh, head kick. Rahiki's got really good accuracy on his strikes. Oh, crazy elbow. Hardwick is. Oh! Rahiki is giving him the business, but Hardwick is not backing down. We got to get a lift in, Brooklyn. Breezy. Oh, I got to ask you this question, Breeze. Do you believe any of this about Ray J saying that he's only got a couple of months to live? Do you believe in any of that? Oh man, look at Rahiki just. Oh man, look at those hands. Could Rahiki be the second coming of Max Holloway? nasty elbow. Oh. Oh, knee to the body. Yeah, but like there was something where he was they said using like fake blood to like act like he was like, coughing up blood or something during a performance on stage or some shit like that. Like I don't know. Yes. Unless you want to drink my juice. Yeah, I heard it was all fake. It was all faked. Like, what's the deal with that? I don't know anything about the Diamond Gym. JL, you're gonna have to give me some sort of oh, with the blood coming out his eye on stage and all of that. Okay, well that's why. Yeah. You said it wasn't fake blood. Okay, yeah, I know that you kind of keep your ear to the streets, so I wanted to get the information from a legitimate source. He claims that he did a lot of drugs, but he also got diddied a lot too. So I wonder if that had something to do with the shortening of his lifespan. All right. Drugs and diddy. Sure. You guys be nice to this lady here with her brown shirt.
It's not that type of show. I know we just got a new member. However, it's still not that type of show. Go have your dinner. Get back.
If I don't make it back here, guys, this has been a dope stream. He said, "What?" He ain't gonna pause that though. You guys have been awesome. I'll be back. I'll be back. I thought that was just the second round. I thought they were about to start the third round.
He said he also has on a brown shirt.
Oh, he quit. He quit. Oh, he broke his jaw.
Oh. He's still talking.
No, his mouth is stuck open. Like he's trying to talk. He can't close his mouth.
He's like, don't talk, don't talk.
Yo! Pause, nigga. I don't need to know what color shirt you got on. That's crazy. This nigga broke his jaw. See, look at the fit. Everything is dope except for that shirt.
Yeah.
He broke that nigga's jaw, son. Like in the hood, they always talk about breaking your jaw. He actually did it.
I want to see the replay.
Like he was gripping fucking combos. I mean, I made somebody's jaw unhinged before, but it was consensual.
Trying to figure out. Hold on.
Look at her face.
Oh, is it that one? I mean, you just see the.
He got
bottom
comboed to
wall.
death.
Yeah.
I mean, you saying I never broke someone's jaw before. I said I unhinged somebody's jaw consensually before.
Dan.
See, he
That
understands.
was right out.
It was a tight fit.
Go away. Go away, sir.
Thing two that gave me a look like.
She does it good. What the fuck? Look on her face. Oh yeah. Leaves me here with snacks. But this stuff gets stuck to my teeth. Opening it anyway. Just a little. Or that's it. How you guys doing? This fight is over. 3 fights left. Got Minty bet to third time. She has a bruise on her leg. Oops. Yeah, well. Huh? We finished it. We just have cornbread. There is the thick. Yeah, that's the thick one. Salt. David, is the race you were talking about the Queen City Marathon? What's wrong? Okay. I was surprised to see her as a co-main. Hold on. Let me check out one person at a time, though. Jay thinks Billy's gonna get smoked. I'm kind of like not gonna go against what you say because you've been right so far. So far. Except for one. Wow, his record has been so flip-flop. 25 wins, 12 losses, and he's just like ping pong. Win loss, win loss, win loss, win loss. I'm literally back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The only consistent win, back-to-back win, was in 2019. Really, really weird. In 2012 and 2013, he had consistent wins. And then after that, it's just been one and then the other, and then one and then the other. And if we're just looking at the pattern, he's due for a loss because he doesn't get 2 wins in a row, or at least has not gotten 2 wins in a row for years. He has 1 no contest. which, looking at the pattern, he should have won that one. And it was a no contest due to an accidental eye poke. I'd be shocked if he wins this one, because that's just not how it goes for him. Lemos. Lemons. It's another fighter who's been inconsistent since 2023. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Her last fight was a loss against Tatiana Suarez. 15-5. That one went to decision. It's been 1 year since her last win. How old is she? She's 38. And she's ranked number 5. Maybe not. You think she's going to want to try to go for the belt again? I mean, she just goes... Her being inconsistent is the consistent part. And it's just one, and then the other, and then one, and then the other, and then one, and then the other. She's due for a win. Who's her opponent? Jillian Robertson? But Jillian Robertson has won her last 4 fights. I can't ignore that. She's on a nice win streak. She is ranked 8th. She is the younger fighter. Robertson. Even with her streak and her age, is it weird that I still have a little more faith in Lemos? I'm still going to side with Amanda on this one. Doesn't mean she's not going to be sloppy. But I was probably going to be wrong. Who else do we have? And then Emmett versus Kevin. Sorry. I just noticed there's a pattern on his suit. I thought that it was just all one color. Just like a cream color. I think I would have preferred it to just be without a print. I don't like it as much that I'm seeing his outfit up close. He who will not be named. I don't remember him having the full coverage on his arm like that. Andre. Goodness gracious. Jay says the way Lemons the way Lemons fought last time looked like she was content with being pressed against the cage, doing nothing, and even joked on social media I gotta check from the. Oh, well, that is an important bit of information. She's just trying to pay the bills. But if you lose too many times, can't pay your bills no more. Just got to be a little smarter than that. Ugh. Nah, I didn't see that interview. Good for the immune system, sir. Hi, Missy. Are you joining me? I have a co-host. What are you eating? Potato. Actually, Dan might like this. Dan, do you like these types of potatoes? They're the Japanese sweet potato or purple sweet potato. The skin is purplish. That's really hot. Nice. Looks like you cooked it perfectly too. Doesn't look too dry. Happy? Should I add a little salt to it? You don't need salt? Okay. Just don't burn yourself.
Just holding it.
Just holding it? Mm-hmm. Hello thing too.
Yeah.
How are you feeling today? Tired? Tired.
What?
So they know. Oh, he has not tried this one.
Oh, try it if you can. It's really delicious.
Dan likes potatoes.
If you like potato, there's possibility if you like potato and if you like something sweet, you're gonna enjoy it a lot.
Oh, good kick. In our local supermarket, not all supermarkets sell the Japanese sweet potato. But they don't keep as many in stock as they do just your traditional sweet potato, the orange one. Usually there's a limited supply when they come in. So when we're at the supermarket and they happen to be in stock and they have some nice fat ones, Thing 2 usually picks it up, or I pick them up for her.
I like a nice fat one.
Nice fat potato.
Okay. Dr. Libra is gonna make fun of me if I say, yeah.
Fat potatoes are great. I love a fat potato. We either have it like that or we'll get like a russet potato and we'll bake it so that the skin is nice and crispy.
Is that legit? Is that okay?
What? Yeah. Okay, that's what I was supposed to say.
What did you say before?
I was talking about fat potatoes. And I was saying we also like to do russet potatoes. With some olive oil on the outside and then bake it so that the skin becomes nice and crispy. Like I don't like to wrap it because I don't want it to steam, but I want the skin, I want it to dry out a bit so that the skin gets a little crispy. And then put some salt on it. It tastes a sweet potato, but not the Japanese way. They may not import them to Denmark. If you ever get your hands on one, let us know.
Try. They're obviously different. The texture is different. Like other sweet potatoes are more wet, I say. These like properly sweet potato, they are drier.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, harder, like dense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But sweeter than the orange sweet potato, than the, or
It's slightly sweeter.
slightly sweeter.
Almost like you can imagine it as a chestnut. Chestnut tastes really similar.
Mm. Jay says he's having spaghetti and meatballs. Said it's basic, but hey, I'm tired of takeout. Listen, if you make it well.
Oh, meatball! I love meatball.
And Dan had roasted chicken thighs for dinner.
Ooh, sounds
Delish.
great.
Actually, that's what DEG is having now. But they weren't roasted. We put it in the pressure cooker.
Yeah.
I got one of those for Christmas, and we used it to cook
Almost every day.
almost everything. It's life changing. Make rice in it, potatoes. Okay, then don't do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boil and mash them, stick them in a stew. What's taters, precious? Potatoes. Give it to us. No, I don't want to say the rest. You're going to take it wrong. Perverts.
Should I go away?
No, don't go away. I kind of got distracted by the conversation of food and am barely paying attention to them now, which is totally fine.
Okay, I'm going away.
Okay, bye.
Pay attention.
Love you.
Pay attention.
Stay off the computer for the rest of the day. Your wrist says so.
I will not use it. I'm not using it though.
Okay. And stop doing this.
Oh, okay.
Keep it straight,
Okay.
because that's what's hurting. This,
Oh.
don't do that. Just
I
keep
mean,
it.
then I don't really do that. Then why it hurts that way?
I'm not sure, but let's keep it stable.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, bye. Tschüss.
Shoes.
Adios.
Adios. Nya, nya. Bye bye.
What's goodbye in Korean again?
Nya.
안녕. Okay. Auf Wiedersehen. Dan, how do you say bye in hold on. English to Danish. Bye. Farvel. Danish is hard. Farvel. Farvel. Okay, I'm gonna get that one of these days. Farvel. Farvel. Seems like it's not a hard R. I was listening to it on Google Translate. Farvel. Farvel. Oops. Wait, I can't hear it. Farvel. What's been difficult about picking up some of the other languages is that when I go to read it, I want to pronounce it the way I think it's supposed to be pronounced, like in English, and it's not the way. Especially in Korean, when I go to sound something out, and the thing too is like, no, that's not how it is at all. It's been difficult. Farvel. 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 Is it farvel? It almost sounded like a veal. Farvel or farvel? Okay, I'm gonna look at kicks. Well, he went from fighting like shit to he's got a takedown. Jay says anyone who picked her bet on Feely after round one must feel like an idiot. So it says the vel is like the VEL in velocity. Vel. Farvel. 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 Okay, I'm gonna add that to my greetings. Thank you. Them striking at each other at the same time is pretty funny. It's just perfect every time. Seems like he's missing a bit. Like he's trying to go for a finish. But he keeps missing some of these shots. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Again, missed those two. I mean, and they look like great shots. Like if they landed, this dude would be in trouble. His accuracy is awful. It's not there. And Delgado is, I mean, it's not like he's moving his head that, well, when he's moving his head a lot there. I don't know. Delgado is just way more accurate. That was a loopy shot. And it seems like his shots, Andre, they're not the slowest shots. We've seen much slower, but they're just slow enough for him to miss. They're not as snappy as Delgado's. Like if we compare Philly to Delgado, Philly looks a little more labored in some of those shots. They're more telegraphed compared to Delgado. But then if I were to put him side by side with another fighter, I would say that Andre is much faster. Not that hurt him. Not as telegraphed. He's like just slower. But I think some of Andre's shots that are telegraphed, like really telegraphed, it looks like he's trying to put a lot behind them in order for it to be a kill shot. But he just keeps missing. Takedown in the last 30 seconds. I mean, but if we were to look at the number of shots landed, I think Delgado is higher. 2 takedowns. Agreed. Those look like takedowns out of desperation. Or try to score just a few more points. Or leave a lasting impression with the judges. Oh, I can't hear them. I have it on low because you know the mic is gonna pick it up. All right, I'm gonna mute myself for a second so I can hear it. Split. But I think that him doing the takedowns, we've seen enough from the judges in the past, or maybe for one judge, that is enough. And then we get into a whole conversation of what the fuck were they looking at? Nobody would have called that. He may have been trying to rely on that, where you get the one judge or two judges who would think that's enough. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The one who probably thought that the 2 takedowns were enough for him to win the round. You guys are funny. I was who meant this one. She is nice. You guys are funny. Jay asks, which city is more trashy? Jersey, Long Island, or Philly? Well, the thing with Long Island. So, okay. You have Long Island City, which is technically not Long Island and is in New York City. It's a neighborhood in Queens, LIC, Long Island City. And Philly, I'm not as familiar with. Jersey City actually isn't bad. It's right across the water. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. It's actually a neighborhood that we were considering in one of our many moves in the past, because we've moved so many times. We actually considered walking here. We considered Jersey City because commuting wise, actually, if you work in Manhattan, which a lot of people do, the commute from Jersey City to Manhattan is sometimes easier than the commute from like the Bronx to Manhattan, which is north of Manhattan, or certain parts of Brooklyn into Manhattan, or even Queens to Manhattan. So we did look at apartments. We did search apartments in Jersey City. But we didn't find anything good. They all looked too small, or at least at the time they looked too small. Most apartments are too small, and or they were out of our price range. And I think the price is a little higher there because of the convenience in commuting to the city. Whereas Tabitha Ricci looks like she wants to stab me if I answer her wrong. Oh my god. Yeah, she does have that look. You're like, what'd you say? I'm gonna leave this to the chat to answer. I think he meant you guys. That was a sick promotional material for Lerone. He survived getting shot in the neck twice as a teen. Oh. Ouch. Shot in the neck twice? How are you still around? Co-main. Jay, hot take. If Zhang isn't able to fight anytime soon, if Robertson wins this fight against Lemons, Jillian could get the next title fight. Featherweight. Do I still have that open? Yeah, I mean, those are some like should just stop you with a look. You know, like with parents, and they just give you that look that says cut it out. They don't even have to say anything. She does have one of those faces. Oh, this is what I want to look up. Lerone Murphy was shot in the face, goodness, while walking to suburb Manchester. Required extensive recovery, including surgery and placement of prosthetic teeth. Wow. This near-death experience significantly impacted his life and career, leading him to pursue mixed martial arts. Goodness gracious. What was I just looking at? Strawweight. Oh, I didn't see. I wanted to look up Lerone Murphy for a second. (2013), 13 years ago. On Wiki, it says he was hit by 3 bullets, being hit on the face and the neck twice. It also says he got prosthetic teeth and has a tiny shard of bullet permanently embedded on his tongue. That's wild. I didn't see. I mean, if you have a piece of a bullet permanently on your tongue, that's wild. So on the Manchester Evening News website, it says, despite some new teeth and a tiny shard of bullet permanently embedded in his tongue, he says he suffered no lasting effects. Wow. Got it. This makes sense now. I did not, but I was reading. Yeah. That's what the article is saying too. Most of the doctors were wondering the same thing. How the heck did he survive that? And it isn't obvious. Look, I mean, next time I see him, I'm going to be searching for the scars. But it's not obviously obvious looking at him. I can speak English. That he went through something that traumatic. I am going to pay a little more attention now. Lemons is the underdog. Alright, she seems okay now. She's able to be light on her feet. Doesn't look like anything's wrong with her legs, or at least it's not obvious right now. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Jay goes, if he wins the belt, that would be a crazy story from knocking on death's door to world champ. Absolutely. She has a little bruise on the inside of her leg. I don't know if that just came from a kick she received. What I want to know is, what is life like with a bullet permanently in your tongue? Like, what are the risks for that? Do you set off any alarms? Are there any medical procedures you're not able to go through because of the bullet? You know what I mean? What if he needs to get x-rays for his teeth when he goes to the dentist? And he has to be like, sorry, doc, be careful, because there's a bullet in my tongue. Or if he needs to get any x-rays, it's like, sorry, there's a bullet in my tongue. So you have to be careful. You know what I mean? Like, what are the lasting impacts of that being stuck there? Can he feel it? Is there no possibility of like, or no risk of blood poisoning? I just have all these thoughts now. Hi. So we're talking about a fighter who, this guy, he was shot 3 times. He was shot once in the neck. I don't know where in the neck, but he was shot once in the neck, twice in the face. And he had to get big teeth. And the doctors were like, I don't know how the heck you're still alive. And he has a piece of a bullet permanently stuck in his tongue. And after he survived that, he became an MMA fighter. Wild ride. Oh, hit in the back of the head. Hit in the back of the head. Come on, Lemons. I mean, if she elbows, the only thing she can elbow is the back of the head. Do you see this? That's how you show that you hear. An elbow to the neck.
That's what you were talking about.
Oh, she just elbowed her in the boob. Ugh. That hurts. Going for an arm bar. She almost tapped. It looked like a quick tap. Am I the only one who saw that? Oh, David says hi. She says hi.
Hi. Wow.
There were some shots to the back of the head. What is up with my eyebrow? Do you see it?
I was about to.
Oh, here we go. I got like the one eyebrow that just likes to Goodness gracious.
Grandpa.
I got grandpa eyebrows sometimes.
We need to buy the Caesar.
Yeah.
That's why I think.
The boob shot though, that I mean that one's legal, but fuck, that must have hurt.
That's not legal.
No, I think an elbow to the boob is technically legal.
Hmm.
I'm just saying that shit must have hurt.
I'm not gonna do that.
Although when I think about it, I mean it was to the left one, so a strike to the chest, is that technically legal? You know what I mean? Because that is where the heart is.
Yeah.
So like I would normally dudes aren't punching each other in the chest.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the limp now, Dan. She is limping. You were right. She's limping. Okay. Not including the donation, the membership now. Wait, this is the bigger chair. Hold on one second. I got it. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. 5 times. 5 times. I'm not going to do a spinneroonie. Instead, I'm just going to let my chair spin. Okay, hold on. Let me just spin the other thing real quick.
Okay.
Just one time.
Okay.
No, we're not going to continue.
Okay. Why not?
Aw, David's going to bed.
Oh.
Okay, David. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being the stream sponsor. Thank you for joining the membership. Keep us posted on your training for now on. I want to hear about how many miles you completed during the week, if you did any speed runs, did you do any long runs, how'd it go, do you feel any pain? Please keep us updated on everything. Eat well, stay hydrated. Don't skip leg day. Bye. Shoes. Barbell. Bye. She looks desperate in this fight. She's really trying to get that submission. Lemos. Like she really doesn't want it to go to decision. Well, she's got a taco in her face. Yeah. Robertson just looks like the better fighter. And I can't even be mad at the grappling because Robertson actually looks like she's attempting to finish it. She's just smothering her. Lemos can't get up. And every time she changes position, Robertson is like, okay, I'll submit you this way. Okay, I'll submit you from behind. Okay, I'm going to choke you this way. All right, I'll choke you that way instead. She's got a takedown, another one, but it seems like she can't do it much with it. Robertson is going to get out, as she just did right now. She's frustrated. Yeah. Yeah. She should just keep it on the feet. Mm-hmm. I'd like to know what's up with her leg. Because she definitely was limping. It seems like she can jump around, she can hop around, that's fine. But then when she goes to walk to her corner, as Dan pointed out earlier, she is limping. Mm-hmm. It's almost like most of her strikes are not doing any damage. Lemos. Lemons. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Nope. Good takedown. Oh, don't fuck up. Watch your arm. Ah, shit. Nope. Nope. She's getting her arm out. She's getting her arm out. She's fine. No, maybe not. No, she's fine. Oof. That's wild. Robertson is just better. Mm-hmm. She's just stuck now. I'm trying to see what she's attempting to do. What are we... Is she gonna go for a choke? I'm not sure what she's trying to set up. Uh-huh. She's done. But even when they were on their feet, you could see her breathing really hard when the round first started. She was super tired when it already started. Oops, clicking on things. Mm-hmm. Or poor attempts to stand up. I think she's attempting to stand up. They're just not very good. And I think she's only being allowed to move this much so that Robertson could set her up for a different submission. Oh man, got the knee right to the gut. Well, it could be Jillian. What is up with my hair? What's going on here? All right. As soon as they're about to call it, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. She looked disappointed. Jay goes, and by me saying this, I'm not saying that Lemons is a bad fighter. It's just Robertson is better than Lemons, and she should put her hands down. Yeah, Jillian was the better fighter. And as Lemos was getting tired and frustrated, she just got worse. Yeah, there's something up with her left leg. But she still won, even with whatever is going on with her left leg. Maybe it is over for Lemons. I mean, she is, or was, number 5. Lost to an 8. Jay was like, why was Lemons going for subs on the ground when round 1 and 2 proved and when they're on the ground, Robertson gets back up and reverses it. Sloppy and very low IQ from a former title challenger. I think that her frustration got the best of her also. The fatigue and her frustration. She looked really frustrated at the end of round 2. And she tried to phone booth a bit at the end of round 2. And that didn't work. That looked very sloppy. It didn't help. My Duolingo is yelling at me. Let me do this real quick before I lose my streak. Yeah, I don't see her going for a title again. Not with that not with that display. Nah. No more title fights for her. Jagos, you would think Lemons with the longer reach and superior stand-up would keep it at range, but for some reason she wanted to spam hooks. And then got double-legged and suffocated on the ground. And then when they were on the feet, it didn't seem like she really did much. You're dead. So... Okay. Doo-doo. 819 days. Am I getting any better at German? 9. Not by much. But I have a long streak. And that's all that matters. Oh, yeah. Jay said, Robertson, if she cleans up her striking, might pose a threat to Dern. Yes, and I think a little more work on her submissions. I thought that she did pretty well in the grappling with Lemos of keeping her down or mixing it up with the different submission attempts. But she wasn't successful on any of the submission attempts. It did go to decision. So I think she needs a little more work there as well if she's going to attempt to submit Dern. She needs some work if she's going to be successful with that outcome. She's doing well so far. She's got a little more work to do. Her endurance striking feel very similar, slopping, but their BJJ is their bread and butter. Yeah, which is why I say she needs a little more work on the submission. I'm surprised that she didn't submit Lemos. She goes, I don't feel bad for Lemos. Last time she fought, she bragged on Instagram. Yes. Maybe it'll make her feel better. Lemos holds a win over Dern, so this should give Robertson some confidence. This was not a good fight from Lemos. I wouldn't mind seeing that fight between the two of them. Robertson and Dern. Oh, excuse me. One more fight. How long ago was that win for Lemos? She won that 2 years ago. I don't know. She won against Dern 2 years ago. I would say that Dern got better, or not so much. And they won Fight of the Night for that one. That was UFC 298. I was looking at the list of this was strawweight. Women's strawweight. So the people that are in front of Lemos, Yan Xiaonan recently had a loss. Janjanova recently lost to Dern, and her next fight is against Tabitha Ricci. Tabitha Ricci is number 7. They're gonna fight in April. Tatiana Suarez. Her last fight was a win against Lemos last year. And her next fight is in April as well, up against Lupi Godinez. Then we have Wei Li, but Wei Li had moved weight classes, right, in order to fight Shevchenko? And then part of the top, so as I'm looking at it, part of the top 4, the number 2 and the number 3 rank, both have fights lined up against other opponents. Both are in April. Jillian Robertson is just 1 behind Tabitha Ricci, but Tabitha Ricci is going to fight the number 3 ranked lady in April. Loopy is number 6 and is going to fight the number 2 ranked person in April. I feel like that lineup is going to be a little confusing as to who would be first. Who would be the number 1 contender? If Loopy wins against Tatiana, she would have won against the number 2 ranked, would she automatically be next in line? If she loses and Tabitha Ricci wins, would she already be next in line? 5-fight win streak, you make a good point. That is a good point. Yeah, Suarez already lost her attempt at the belt. Danjanova already lost her attempt at the belt. Yan lost her attempt at the belt. Lemos just lost. Yeah. She might be next in line to a Canadian pay-per-view later this year, or a Brazil fight for Dern versus Robertson sometime in the summer. When is Dern fighting? Oh, her next opponent is TBD. Yeah. Because maybe it was picked tonight. Alrighty. One more fight. Oh, I can't even hear it. You know we're weird. Oldest fighter on the card. Wow. 41. Yeah, I don't like the print on this coat. I wish it was just solid. Go away. I don't want to update anything. So for next week, oh, we have an earlier card next week. Let's take a peek at it real quick before the next fight starts. Next week begins at 1 p.m. our time. Main event starts 4 p.m. our time. Where is this one taking place? London. That's what it is. All right, we got the London fight next week. Cool. Dan gets to go to bed at an even better time. Nice. Nice. I'm not putting up your second to last comment, Jay. I thought we were having like a really good exchange. And all I said was that like I'm not a fan of the pattern. And it would have been better if it was just solid. You can only tell that it's a pattern when the camera's up close, but from afar, it looks like it's just solid, and it looks better like that. Dude's got great hair, though. I know that's not really related to what you said. He's got great hair. Do we think this is going to be a bloody fight? Kevin has the stance of like a video game character. Damn. Those are some nasty shots. Oh. You just like punch him in the armpit? Oh, that elbow. Shit. Ooh, we do have blood. Right in the forehead. Each of Kevin's shots is like he's trying to finish immediately. Mm-hmm. 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 Very, very different. Emmett is way more loose, way more relaxed. I don't think that's necessarily... Oh, man. I didn't even get to finish my sentence. Damn. Gotta stand up. Herb Dean is gonna stop it. He's trying, though. He's trying. He's trying. He's got one foot up. Watch the back of the head. Oh, man. He's hurt. Oh, man. Knees to the face. If he buckles, Herb Dean is going to stop it. Yep, there it goes. Ugh, got him right in the forehead. Oh, man. Nasty ass shots. You relate with this one. You relate. All right. As we wrap this up, wrap it up. David. No on the first one. Trying to match the names. All by. Yes on the second one. And yes on the third one. It's 2 for 3. I'll get to the donations in a second. Wait, I don't think so. You got Kevin, yes. Oh my god, I can't match this up. That one was a yes. 5 was a yes. Sosa was a yes. Smith was a yes. Which one that was a no? Anders, yes. Robertson, yes. Victor was a yes. It was Cy. That was the no. Johnson was the yes. Juan was the yes. Goodness gracious. All right, you got most of them. Because I'm having trouble matching them. Oh, is he? I don't know. I'm trying to like match the names one for one to see who got what. And I am failing at this miserably. I'm sorry. We're amping it up. Well, anyway, folks. I didn't see if Joshua's retiring. I have no idea. But thank you for joining us for another weekend. We will see you guys next week for a much earlier stream. Yeah, that's why I was having trouble. I was like, y'all know what it is. I put it on the screen. Jay knows which ones he got right, because, I mean, it's a whole separate stream of me just trying to match them together. He's got most of them right. That's it. We will be streaming, I believe I said, at 1 p.m. our time next Saturday. The sun will still be up. I think when we finish, the sun will still be up. Oh my god, that's wonderful. So wonderful. Big thank you to David. I know he went to bed already, but becoming your latest channel member. We should appreciate it, sir. I'll say it again when you're online next week so you could hear. We appreciate you. We appreciate all you guys. Just showing up, keeping us entertained as we try to keep you guys entertained. We keep each other entertained. We are all Russell Crowe here. And his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 donations. He Booker T'd us 5 times. I'm not spinning on my chair again, though. This is the comments of the stream from Dan and his preference of tatas. Just in case anybody just in case anybody wondered what his preference was. But in the wise words and what? Get out of here. Hold on. Before I actually say goodbye, we're going to see you next week. It starts at 1 o'clock. Hush your mouth. We'll see you next week. You do the, oh, I'm gone, I'm going to bed, and then you're still peeking at the corner. Get out of here. Alrighty, guys. Oh man, I forgot how to say goodbye in Danish already. Farvel? Farvel. Shoes. Anyo. Ciao. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. Be safe out there in the real world.